Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sports for NBA basketball. Two slip. Formidable squads going at it here.
You know, BA, looking to prove who is the one to beat in their conference. You love this elite level of competition. This is a chance to show who is the best in the West.
A look at the starting group here for Denver. Brown and Porter Jr. at the 2 and the 3. Gordon and Jokic together in the middle. And it's Murray in at the point guard. Gordon on the wing. And the rebound goes to the Thunder.
Practically a block. Good, strong challenge.
Yeah, altering the shot just as long as there's a miss. That kind of energy not wasted.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Murray. And something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kick ability.
Now you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention. He can find another cutter or spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game.
And money from the stripe. SGA could close his eyes and knock that down. At this point, you might as well go ahead and chalk up the points when he's at the free throw line. Pretty much automatic.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
And now we go to Allie LaForce, who had a chance to talk with Mark Dagnall.
He said Nikola Jokic is so intelligent. He said we know the offense is going to run through him. So all we can do is mix up our looks defensively. And then at the other end of the floor, make him work on defense. Try to wear him out a little bit. Guys?
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Here's Gordon. Outside Murray. On the wing, Porter lets the three fly, and it's Holmgren with a rebound. Here's Oklahoma City now. It's a three-point game. From downtown, Nikola Jokic grabs the miss.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Murray with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. For Oklahoma City, they've gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Here's the three. Drains the triple. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 9 points.
SGA doesn't rely on the three to get his points, but man, when it's falling, watch out.
Here's Jokic. Pass to Brown. On the wing, Murray. Here's Brown. Dort with a steal. Williams passes to Dort. The shot's good.
The turnover leading to the turnout. That's a fast break, and Dort finishes it off.
This past offseason, OKC decided to move on from their former first-round pick, Josh Giddey.
Yeah, the 6th overall pick in 2021. Giddey is a talented player with good upside, but fit is so important in the NBA, and the Thunder knew his talents would be better suited elsewhere.
Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. And they call over the back here. Too much contact.
At least the over the back call comes from playing hard. but you'd like to see him get better position.
Yeah, he'd like to have that one back. I think there was an angle to get to that ball, but a bit reckless on that play.
And Denver making a change here. Westbrook's checked in.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Holmgren, the pass to Dort. And the three off target.
I'm not sure how he finds himself in so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
Jokic with a screen on Williams. Pass to Murray. Porter with it. Hartenstein covering. Murray for three. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams from long range. Pure from three-point range.
A shot that Williams continues to work on. Love seeing these type of results.
They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell. Everything right except the finish. Have to keep focused all the way through the play.
And Hartenstein slams it in.
So far, they're owning both ends of the floor. We'll see if they can keep this going.
Like tonight, that all the hustle plays have meant so much to this team. Now just sustain some of that energy and keep comfortable.
The three, Westbrook. Hartenstein pulls it in.
Hey, sometimes you miss even under the best of circumstances.
Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, the Thunder, another three.
Boy, I like their energy coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Well, if there were 4 or 5 boxes to check in terms of the game plan tonight, they might have checked 6. I mean, they're doing everything out there.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Gilgeous-Alexander against Westbrook. Holmgren, the pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Shot clock at 6. There's the drive.
The quickness of that first step. Gilgeous-Alexander going from 0 to 100.
On the night, he's 2 for 2 at the stripe.
He did a lot of damage at the free throw line in their last game.
Both free throws good from Gilgeous-Alexander. 11 seconds left in the first quarter. Westbrook outside. Jordan high post. With 1 on the clock. Oh, and the buzzer beater is good!
Great job ending the quarter on a high note.
Great way to end.
And so it's Oklahoma City, now holding a 12-point lead at quarter's end. We hear teams talk about wanting to get the ball inside, but this is how you do it. We'll be right back with you shortly. And so far through 1 quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Thunder.
Well, in today's NBA, the three-point shot is so valuable. They realize this, and that's why they're continuing to drain as many as they can.
So much good energy and flow tonight, and that has really come out of great ball movement. Guys have been open, and as soon as they are, they get the ball.
They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams is out there with Aaron Wiggins. Then it's Isaiah Joe, and it's Caruso in at the 3, the small forward. That's the lineup for Oklahoma City. Grant, the Denver Nuggets have been on quite the run here in this window of time.
Yeah, B.A., it's all working for Denver in recent years. This is a well-constructed team that they play as a unit, and it makes it so difficult to try to get the best of them. And that was just moving the ball quickly, and he's rewarded at the end with a high percentage look.
Yeah, the defense trying to do their best to slow him down, but when he gets room like that, you got to look out.
Count it.
And we're all too familiar with these kind of outbursts from SGA.
Nuggets trail by 13. Isaiah Joe is going to pick up the foul here. That's his first foul, and the Nuggets making a change here. Brown's checked in.
In for the Nuggets.
Second quarter, and we're just over a minute in.
Christian Rock.
Watson inside, hounded by Wiggins. And Russell Westbrook gets the whistle that time. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Denver on D. Pass to Wiggins. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. He's against Watson. Caruso misses. And here in the second with about a minute and a half gone by. And there's the whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul.
Yeah, they've been pretty careless so far, racking up a number of fouls in very little time.
Hartenstein, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Dort comes in for Joe. And Denver with a change here too. Murray's checked in, deflects the pass. 4 on the clock. Here's Brown. And again, it's Denver missing.
Oh, can't punish the defense for leaving him open that time. That's a frustrating miss for a really steady jump shot.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift-wrapping points.
Grant, there are such intense rivalries at the college level. Do any of those carry over to the NBA?
Oh, BA, they sure do. I was part of some serious college rivalries. There was a lot of trash talk with the guys on the other side. It didn't stop that much after we got to the NBA.
He's going to punish you if you leave him open. He's more than willing to take the open three when he's got it.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. To the middle. Fast break. Here come the Nuggets. Here's Westbrook. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
There's sometimes games where Westbrook takes personal challenges at the big guys.
And the former league MVP in 2017. A long list of accomplishments for Russell Westbrook, Brent.
Well, how many times, BA, have we seen players celebrated in the way that Russell has been as one of the best players in the league? Move in transition to a role off the bench. He's done it with a lot of grace, a lot of class, and has been very accepting of his new role.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the 11th pick back in 2018, has developed to the point where he is in the MVP conversation. His coach, Mark Daigneault, said he's improved every year. He's been in the league. It's a testament to his humility. He looks in the mirror. He sees what he needs to improve on, and then he works at it. Brian.
All right, Allie, thank you. Caruso, he's checked in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Murray passes to Jokic. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. And here's Caruso outside. And another miss by Oklahoma City. Nuggets trail by 15. Westbrook with it, guarded now by Williams. Westbrook with the miss. The Thunder have gotten over 50% of their shots to go. 5 for 9 in the second. And another miss by Oklahoma City. The Nuggets have got 3 of 6 shots to go here in the second quarter. Screen by Watson. Murray passes to Watson. It's good. And the assist goes to Murray. Murray's got 4 assists now tonight. Caruso against Murray. Counted from distance. And the Thunder lead by 16.
Yeah, it's just too easy for Holmgren. Man, is he fun to watch operate off the catch.
Murray from outside. And the three-pointer goes. Murray's got 6 points.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth, showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Outside Watson. Beyond the arc. Oklahoma City grabs the miss. Holmgren's got his 5th rebound in this one. Caruso against Murray. Left side Williams. Pass to Holmgren. The 3. Sends it home from three-point land. He's got 6.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
And so it's Oklahoma City with an impressive 16-point lead heading into the break. They hold a real solid lead right now. Love their approach tonight. Time for a quick break, then back to the action. And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
He's been excellent at cutting through the defense and giving them fits around the basket.
And you want these kind of nights where you can start to see those openings before they happen.
On the court for Denver, Gordon and Jokic together in the middle. Pairing up in the backcourt, Murray and Brown. And it's Porter in at the three.
Yeah, better than giving up the layup. You want to go in there and use the hard foul. They did it there. That's aggressive attitude defensively.
Nuggets trail by 16. Well, Grant, when you think of Jamal Murray and all he's been through, health is of utmost importance for him.
Oh, extremely important, B.A. Because when Murray is healthy, he's a lethal player and a huge part of this team's success.
Pass to Holmgren. And there's the foul. It'll go on Aaron Gordon. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Denver on D. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Jokic grabs the board. Jokic has got rebound number 8 here already in the game. Pass to Dort. Wing shot on the way. Good as the jump shot falls. So Dort's got 7.
Dort stepping in just a little bit, gets to the mid-range and shows some confidence there.
Murray deciding where to go with it. And here's Jokic. He's guarded by Hartenstein. Jokic up top. Look at Jokic working inside.
The marriage of a big man and touch. There it was from Jokic.
Pass to Williams. And Williams punches it home.
Not getting old here. Seeing him make that lead pass with perfect timing.
Murray from outside. Hartenstein pulls it in. Hartenstein's got his 6th rebound on the night. And Hartenstein slams it in.
Gilgeous-Alexander with that height at his position allows him to do so many things other guys really pretty much dream of.
Thunder leading by 18. Left side Williams. And Williams punches it home.
Since half, there's been a stark contrast between these teams. I'm talking about efficiency at the offensive end.
This team did something at halftime, going from a mild-mannered half-court executing team to some heroic shooting in the second half.
Grant, how about the rise of OKC? In just 2 years, transforming from a 24-win team to the top seed.
Incredible, B.A. The Thunder drafted well and gave those picks lots of playing time. Plus, they made some fantastic trades. And of course, don't forget, OKC still has a boatload of picks.
Gordon outside. And stolen by Holmgren. 3-on-3. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Nobody's catching SGA on a fast break.
Murray finds Jokic. Back to Murray. Hartenstein against Jokic. Over Hartenstein. Jokic, no good. And so it's Gilgeous-Alexander with it. He brings it up for OKC. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half.
And this is where Holmgren is such a scoring threat. His size can make interior shots easier to find.
And stolen by Hartenstein. Now here's Holmgren. He's guarded closely. Gilgeous-Alexander looking it over. Hartenstein with a screen on Murray. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. It's hauled in by the Nuggets.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Here's Jokic. Oh, nice finish from the low block. That one's good. Jokic has got 8.
And the instincts there from Aaron Gordon, just getting the ball to the guy ready to strike.
Fires for 3. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets a 3.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
And the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. They push it up 4-on-3. And it's Holmgren missing. For Denver, they've gone 4 of 8 in the third. And there's a whistle. That's going to go on Lou Dort. That's his first foul of the game. Caruso, he's checked in for Holmgren. Russell Westbrook, he's checked in for Denver.
Substitution on the floor.
Murray against Gilgeous-Alexander. Jokic with a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. To the inside. And it's Jokic missing. And it's Oklahoma City's ball. They're on a 15-6 run. Caruso misses. Well, the Nuggets shooting at a 44% clip in the third. Pass to Porter. Gordon with it.
Oklahoma City foul.
Denver shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
Second team foul.
The first one falls.
At the line for the Nuggets, Aaron Gordon.
So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. Oh, what an incredible end to the corner. Wow. Incredible. What a performance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He has been the story for Oklahoma City. He's been lighting it up tonight. 24 points. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. We've got Aaron Wiggins. Isaiah Joe is out there with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Then it's Alex Caruso, and it's Williams in at center. That's the lineup for Oklahoma City. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. Offensive board. Caruso outside. Pass to Joe. The 3 hits the trifecta. Joe's got his first 3 points of the game.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from 3-point range.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open at the 3-point line. One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Caruso with the bucket.
Gilgeous-Alexander's nothing if not a creator. Make that pass in his sleep.
Here's Caruso. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. And over the last few years, SGA has emerged as an all-NBA level player, Brent. What's been the key to his success?
I think the key, BA, to him is his confidence. I think that he feels like he is overlooked on a nightly basis and does not get the respect he deserves. So he comes in with that chip on his shoulder and he plays the entire game coming at any defense that people throw at him.
For Oklahoma City, they've gone 2 of 3 to open the fourth quarter. Down low. Westbrook with it. Joe covering. In transition, here they come. Here's Brown. And the layup is good.
Now just all alone down there. Credit goes to DeAndre for finding him. That's a nice pass.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside Joe for 3. No good on the shot.
He is just so deadly from out there. You expect that to fall.
Westbrook, the pass to Brown. The layup off target. Oklahoma City has gone 1 for 3 in the fourth quarter from range. Back to Wiggins. There's a screen by Wiggins to the paint. Rebounded by Denver. On the wing, Murray. Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Oh, it's blocked by Williams. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive.
And Gilgeous-Alexander has that length to be able to extend up to the rim.
The deep 3 from Murray. The Nuggets with another miss. The Thunder have got 3 of 6 shots to go in this fourth quarter. Wiggins for 3. No good there. And it's Murray with the ball for the Denver Nuggets. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
The Thunder shooting about 43% since the fourth quarter began. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Westbrook against Wiggins.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
6 on the shot clock. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a three-point play.
Never doubt that. SGA determined on the thing.
A different look for Denver. Nikola Jokic has checked in for Jordan. Aaron Gordon comes in for Watson. And it's Porter Jr. in for Russell Westbrook. Porter with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. And here's Gordon from the arc. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Williams has got his 6th rebound on the night. Pass to Caruso. Here's Wiggins. Jacks up a 3. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist. Gilgeous-Alexander's got assist number 10 tonight with that last one. Now here's Jokic. Williams defending. Can they get it? And slammed it home. And a foul. A chance at another point at the line. It goes on Aaron Wiggins.
Well, you have to think, if Jokic is that good a passer, his mind is always working. Why not work it to get contact like that?
It's safe to say they have dominated this game. The game wasn't even as close as the score says in a great win for the Thunder.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
A quality offensive outing. When you get it going like he did, I'll tell you, it's one of the best feelings in basketball.
Pass to Wiggins. Joe on the wing. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. And he gets it to go. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 35.
Finishing the game strong. This is how you shut the door on any hopes of a comeback.
Yeah, definitely putting a stamp on this one. A very, very decisive victory for the club tonight.
Pass to Jokic. Back to Murray. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. It's going to go on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And Murray, one of those guys that you can classify as automatic from the free throw line.
Topic is checked in for Oklahoma City.
Now the perfect trip to the free throw line, but they'll take what they can get at this point.
Inside, Williams with it. And Jokic picks him up defensively.
You can feel the excitement in this arena. These guys have done one heck of a job.
A huge motivation, always great for a young team, but veteran players also appreciate when fans come with that kind of energy and get into the spirit of the game.
Oh, it's blocked by Williams. Topic, and the layup is good off the glass.
Always a good possession when you can get that kind of look.
And here's Jokic. And count it.
Yeah, that's one way to get back into this game. Keep getting him the ball and let him make the shots.
And so Oklahoma City takes this one, and by a big margin. All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll do it, folks. Alongside Brent Berry, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Should be in for a good one here, Richard. This game has all the makings of a shootout.
Yeah, these are two high-powered offenses. I feel for all the defenders in this one because they're going to have their hands full.
And now the Lakers starting group. In it forward for them, it's James and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Hayes in at the 5. Now, here's George. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Dort. Just 5 on the clock. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Dort. And a great assist by Gilgeous-Alexander as that one goes in.
And when you have Dort on your side, this is what he brings on the offensive end. Great off the catch and fire.
Pass to Hachimura. And that one goes out of bounds as touched by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gets a finger on it, but just can't quite come up with the steal.
That's fine. You love the effort, not making things easy for the opposition on offense.
Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side, but when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media. The people in the know how good of a defender he is.
Now, here's Holmgren after LeBron James's miss. Back to Holmgren. And a miss there on the triple.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
They get it back. Second chance shot. And LeBron with the layup.
Look, everybody always wants to compliment LeBron James on the glass. Well, he should be. He's huge, but he knows how to use that body effectively.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. A three-pointer, no good. Doncic with it. In the corner, it's James. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Well, Richard, you were a teammate of LeBron James's, winning a title in Cleveland with them, playing with LeBron. What was something you learned about his game and about him?
Well, I learned that he takes the greatness that has been bestowed upon him as a gift, and it is a curse, but he understands how to handle both.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. The shot, no good. Nice D from Doncic. LeBron outside. Pass to Hayes. James a screen on Hartenstein. And LeBron with the basket, the assist by Hayes. 6 points for LeBron.
A monster down low. LeBron James, the rare package of skill, size, and athleticism.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Williams. It's good from long range.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And Reeves has got the ball here for Los Angeles. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. Jalen Williams is a do-it-all dynamo for the Thunder. Coach Mark Daigneault said, "We've cross-matched him onto centers. He'll shift into a point guard. It's hard to explain how impactful that is for you. You have a great offensive player that you're also moving all over the lineup." Kevin?
The versatility is pretty special. Alex Caruso is checked in for Gilgeous-Alexander. The Lakers also changing it up. Dorian Finney-Smith comes in for Hachimura. And it's Connect in for Austin Reeves. Now, here's Doncic. Pass to Connect. In the corner, it's James. And here's Doncic from the arc. Yes, and it's LeBron picking up the assist.
And we know Doncic has limitless range, but for him, it's about becoming more consistent from deep.
Doncic against Caruso. The kick out to Williams. Back to Caruso. He's looking for Hartenstein and finds him. And it's denied. And it's out of bounds. The Thunder able to retain possession. For the Thunder, Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Wiggins comes in for Chet Holmgren. And it's Isaiah Joe in for Dort. The Lakers also changing it up. Vanderbilt's checked in for Hayes. Austin Reeves comes in for Connect. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Doncic.
There's so much power on LeBron's drive. The defense, they just more or less clear out.
Caruso looking for an opening. There's the three. Rebound the Lakers.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Finney Smith kicks to James. And they call an illegal screen here.
When a pick like that is questionable, it creates that much of an advantage for the offense. You have to blow the whistle.
You gotta blow the whistle when it's that obvious. Great call there by the official.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander checked in for the Thunder. Connect, he's checked in for the Lakers. Now about 10 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. Lakers leading by 7. To the middle. Pass to Vincent. To the paint. Here's Finney Smith. Again, the Lakers.
Nice play, and you can see they're gathering momentum.
Yeah, but they can't relax. They've got to keep building on this lead because it is not safe.
And that does it for the first quarter. Lakers lead by 9. And don't go away. We'll be back with the action for the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for Los Angeles?
The ball movement has been outstanding so far. They've come out of the gate looking for that extra pass.
And on top of that, they've been asserting themselves offensively, getting a good chunk of their points from inside.
Isaiah Joe is out there with Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Alex Caruso. Then it's Wiggins, and it's Williams at the 5 down low. That's the group for Oklahoma City getting going here in the second. Good act. Vanderbilt the pass to Vincent. Lakers working the ball around now. Lakers need to get a shot off here. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. That falls. Nice feed that time from Wiggins.
An outstanding transition player. When Gilgeous-Alexander is on the attack, good luck trying to contain him.
Back to Vincent. Pass to Vanderbilt. Out to the right wing. Thunder with the rebound. On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. He's defended by Reed. Here's Caruso. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. Sinks the triple. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 7 points in the game. Now Reeves. He has yet to score. Down low. Vanderbilt the pass to Finney Smith. Now Connect. Vanderbilt inside. Covered by Wiggins. Vanderbilt misses.
And he's usually able to score on that type of defense rather easily. Surprising to see him come away empty.
And that one's good, Caruso. And Greg, you talk about toughness, a compete factor. How does a team create that culture?
Call it critical mass. When you have the entire organization and enough players committed to that kind of effort, everyone has to meet that level.
And Reeves has got the ball here for Los Angeles. Still looking for their first basket since the first quarter. Pass to Connect. And the Lakers with another miss.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Here's Joe. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Caruso. It's good.
How about the floor awareness by Gilgeous-Alexander? Solid at just spotting his open teammate.
And the Thunder with some changes. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Chad Holmgren comes in for Aaron Wiggins. And it's Dort in for Isaiah Joe. And Los Angeles will go for a different look here. Hachimura, he's checked in for Vanderbilt. LeBron comes in for Connect. Goodwin's checked in for Austin Reed. And Luka Doncic subbed in for Vincent. Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. Doncic kicks to James. To end the drought. Oh, the athletic move by LeBron James.
Look, getting inside positioning is what he wants. Like, once that man gets in there and gets moving, oh, he's going to finish that dunk.
And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play. To the inside. Whoops, they pick off the pass. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, the Thunder are young, but they figured out how to win. Defensive ace Luke Dort talked about their chemistry. He said nobody cries about shot selection or anything like that. We know what each player can do. We just really want to see the team win and succeed. Kevin, you see that in their play.
Don't you, David? Every single game. Pulling in the right direction. And the Thunder making a switch here. Williams is checked in. For Los Angeles, they've gone just 2 of 8 shooting here in the second quarter. And that one's good. Hachimura.
Just solid with the jump shot. Hachimura helps your offense in a number of ways. In that case, spacing the floor.
Caruso finds Holmgren. Score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
Guys, just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
Now, here's Doncic. Reeves outside. 34 seconds left here in the second. Pass to Holmgren. Launches a 3. Rebound the Lakers. LeBron's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Now here's Hayes. Back to James.
Thunder foul.
He's made all 3 of his free throws so far.
And he shot the foul shots at about a 75% clip this season.
Free throw good, LeBron.
What I appreciate about LeBron is how much he loves being a leader. He knows how much his teammates count on him.
Oklahoma City trailing. Now, here's Dort. Can't convert the two-handed jam. James in the post, and the layup is good. And that's 17 points for LeBron.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
He's just riding the wave of momentum right now, getting to his spots and keeping things simple on the offensive side.
Holmgren with the steal. And so it's LeBron James making things happen for the Los Angeles Lakers. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all sorts of problems with him. And now we'll send it over to David. Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway.
For the fans, half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're thinking about the shot.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. What can you say, LeBron James? What an impressive effort today.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shots within the flow of the offense.
So for the Lakers right now, outside of the wings are Reeves and James. Jackson Hayes is out there with Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the point guard position. Here we are sizing up GA Jalen Williams, and his shooting has got to be his biggest strength.
Absolutely. He's great at spacing the floor for his teammates with his catch and shoot abilities, but he's equally gifted shooting off the dribble.
And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Lakers. Their biggest lead of the game was done. And the rejection by Holmgren. James in the high post. Working on Holmgren. Just 5 to shoot. Hachimura setting the pick for Reeves. Fires for 3. And the Lakers with another miss.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the 3-ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against it.
Third quarter here, and 5 lead changes so far.
And guys, neither team has been able to pull away.
And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul. It's stolen by Dort.
Great D there. Just quick hands on that one. Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
An important 2 points, not just on the scoreboard, but also for a little bit of momentum.
Here's LeBron. Here's the drive.
LeBron dunked that like he was angry. Is he okay? Man, he got the table shaking over here.
Pass to Holmgren. They get it again. Hartenstein. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
Good to see a player going all out when the game's this tight.
You know, G.A., he knows what his job is. Patrol the offensive glass.
He's just giving them everything he has. It's why his teammates appreciate and enjoy playing with him.
Hartenstein with it. Oklahoma City moving the ball around. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And able to get himself to the line. SGA so crafty inside there to get the contact.
Alex Caruso is checked in for the Thunder.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
Here's James. And they pick up 2. And that's now 21 points for LeBron.
Now look, a coach is going to trust LeBron James to just put up monster numbers because that's who he is. But it is nice to see him get into a nice groove like this.
Gilgeous-Alexander, that's a 2-pointer. The Thunder with another miss.
And the defense was right on him there. Nice contest.
Hayes the pass to Doncic. Lets the 3 fly. The Thunder pull it in. Hartenstein's got 4 rebounds in this game. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Dorian Finney-Smith's checked in for Hachimura. The Thunder have made 3 free throws so far. Haven't missed any.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from the charity stripe. That's a huge factor.
Powerful move by LeBron inside, not letting anything stop him from getting his shot.
Pass to Caruso. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. He's now made half of those 10 shots in the game. That's his 5th basket. Lakers trail by 5. And there's the foul. Going Alex Caruso. That's foul number 2 for him. Williams, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Wiggins comes in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Hayes. Doncic dishes to Hayes. Hayes with the screen for Doncic. Reeves in the corner. Inside. 4 on the clock. Forcing his way inside. Doncic.
Once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
James against Williams. Dort passes to Williams. Wiggins outside. Carries it from 3-point range. Wiggins has got the lead up to 6 now for the Thunder.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. And Richard, you've watched LeBron James over the years. His approach never wavers. It never changes.
LeBron
He
James.
is all business all the time, on the court, off the court. The consistency of his focus and mental toughness is unbelievable.
Isaiah Joe, he's checked in for George. The Lakers also changing it up. Vanderbilt's checked in for Hayes, and it's Gabe Vincent in for Doncic. Caruso, the pass to Wiggins. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Vincent. Vanderbilt with it. And the dunk by James.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
On the wing, Wiggins. From deep, Williams. And we reach the end of the third quarter. Just a terrific game so far. Oklahoma City out in front, up by 2. And we're just moments away from the start of... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
That wasn't a better pass in the game, almost like he had a sixth sense.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the fourth quarter in what is still anybody's ball game. We've got Alex Caruso. Aaron Wiggins is out there with Williams. Then there's Isaiah Joe. And it's Gilgeous Alexander in at the 1 spot. That's the lineup in the game for Oklahoma City. And here's Milton. They'll bring it up for Los Angeles. And stolen by Wiggins. And stolen by James. Pass to Finney-Smith. And the call will go against Aaron Wiggins. That's foul number 2 for him. Goodwin's checked in for the Lakers. Gabe Vincent comes in for Shake Milton.
Goodwin. Gabe Vincent.
Here's Vincent. Gilgeous Alexander covering to take the lead. Rebound by Williams. Williams has got 4 rebounds in this game. Over in the corner, Caruso. The shot's good. Gilgeous Alexander making the play. Gilgeous Alexander's got his 6th assist on the night. Pass to Hachimura. And here is LeBron. In the corner, Finney-Smith with it. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. And the Thunder making a switch here. Dort's checked in. And Los Angeles making a change here as well. Hayes is checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. From deep, Gilgeous Alexander. It's rebounded by Hayes. Hayes has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. LeBron outside. Takes a 3. Los Angeles with another miss.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
And that one's good, Caruso.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
No problems knocking that one down. Vincent's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Oklahoma City leading by 4. Gilgeous Alexander deciding where to go with it. Williams sets a screen for Gilgeous Alexander. Good work defensively by Hachimura. Vincent with it. He's picked up by Gilgeous Alexander. LeBron's shot is off. The Thunder have gone 2 for 5 on field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. Kicks it out to Wiggins. Back to Gilgeous Alexander. The 3. Vincent with the rebound.
Tough to hit that shot when the D is all over you like that.
Pass to Hayes. In the corner, it's James. Hayes dishes to LeBron. LeBron's just too strong inside.
I'm sorry, just who else would you want it shooting there? LeBron James, just so calm under pressure.
Now here's Gilgeous Alexander. He's tightly guarded. Rebounded by the Lakers. Hayes has got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Goodwin kicks to Hachimura. Hayes the pass to Hachimura. Now Vincent. Clock at 6. To tie it up. Here's James. And the dunk by James.
And if you try to block his shot, you risk getting posterized because he is good at using that height to his advantage.
And Mark Daigneault calls timeout. Our coach clearly feeling the necessity to regroup with so much at stake here. For the Thunder, Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. And Jalen Williams is subbed in for Alex Caruso. And then for Los Angeles, Austin Reeves comes in for Goodwin. And Doncic is subbed in for Gabe Vincent. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey guys, during the last break, here's what Mark Daigneault was telling his team. He asked his team to dig deep. He said, I know you're tired, but they're tired too. It's about who can give more than the other guy at this point. Show me what you can give. Back to you.
Thanks so much, David. Hey, yes!
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Doncic. Knocks down the trifecta.
Some players shrink when the pressure's on, but he lives for these moments.
Doncic kicks to LeBron. And Holmgren pulls it down. And Gilgeous-Alexander's got the ball here for the Thunder. Shoots over Doncic. Doesn't go either for Gilgeous-Alexander. Diversified scoring in this one for him.
I love when everyone can get involved with a full team effort. See, right there, you have to foul James because you just have no chance to stop him.
He hits the first one, and that ties the game up.
2 shots.
And so making both free throws, that'll give them the lead here.
See, it's easy to see why his teammates trust him. He's a leader on this team and loves coming up huge in the clutch.
Holmgren finds Gilgeous-Alexander. And so it's the Lakers who come out on top here. They break the hearts of every fan in the building with a dramatic late victory.
And Kevin, this...
All right, DA, thanks again. And that about wraps it up. And so for Richard...
Talk to him when it got bright. Dark days were made for the spotlight. We paid, now mama can sleep tight. The champions, the champions. Hey, we gon' ball, never fall. The champions, the champions, the champions. Hey, we gon' ball, never fall. I put my head up and told them crown me. My ring finger got a rock on it, rock on it.
Well, it's almost time for action here at OKC. And as the TGIF, everyone. And a look at Minnesota's opening lineup. And is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's Conley in at the 1. And for the Thunder, some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4. Hartenstein, the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2. And it's Williams in at the small forward position. And 2 of the top teams in the West duking it out here tonight, Stan.
Yeah, Brian, big talent on both sides. You and I have been talking about this game for a couple of weeks. This should be a terrific match.
Certainly one you circle on your calendar. So it's Oklahoma City now, following the score by Minnesota. Dort outside. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Conley. 3 on the clock. Holmgren finds Hartenstein. And they'll turn it over. Couldn't get the shot off. A shot clock violation. And here's Conley. Down low. Gobert passes to Conley. Randle outside. Back to Edwards. Randle, a screen on Dort. Just 4 to shoot. Dort with a steal. And a fast break now for the Thunder. Here's Holmgren. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
A beautiful finish through contact. That's the dog in Holmgren.
Pass to Randle. Back to Conley. Gobert passes to Edwards. The kick out to Conley. Now Randle. Just 5 on the clock. Takes a 3. Hartenstein pulls it in. And so it's Gilgeous-Alexander with it. He brings it up for the Thunder. And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
Here's McDaniels, following the bucket by Oklahoma City. And Gobert with the stuff.
When Gobert is close like that, you know he's going to try and ram it through.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Gilgeous-Alexander feeling it out a bit. It's blocked by Gobert.
Well, Rudy loves erasing shots. Every chance he gets, he'll take a swipe at you.
Out to the right wing. Conley against Gilgeous-Alexander. To the paint. Here's Randle. That one's good. And it's Conley who picks up the assist.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
There's a minute 59 left to play in the first. And the big finish by Holmgren.
And you know, as a roller, Holmgren shows great hands, and he makes nice adjustments moving downhill.
Gobert with a screen on Holmgren. Randle, pass to Gobert. For 3, Conley. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Pass to Hartenstein. And he gets the bucket. And Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 from 3-point land so far. Randle.
You know, a reliable veteran like Julius Randle is so valuable. He provides a foundation for everyone else to play off of because they know he'll be there to score and help out. Makes it easier for other players to succeed around him.
And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Wiggins comes in for Chet Holmgren. Joe's checked in for Dort. And it's Caruso in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And Minnesota will go for a different look here. Reed's checked in for Gobert. Clark comes in for McDaniels. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for Anthony Edwards. And it's DiVincenzo in for Conley. 6 to shoot. Williams is screen on Clark. 4-3. Williams, that's good.
And the vision is far past his years. Williams with great decision-making.
Caruso against DiVincenzo. Knocked away and stolen by Williams. They've got numbers. Fires the three. Hauled in by DiVincenzo. For Minnesota, they've gone 4 of 5 so far. Looking sharp. Reed passes to Randall. Back to Reed. Puts the move on. A slam dunk by Reed.
For a center, he's maybe undersized, but his ability to get in the air to make a play balances that out.
Williams on the wing. Clark covers. From deep. And Williams gets the bucket on the assist by Wiggins. Williams has got 6. These teams have really gone back and forth.
Yeah, 5 lead changes already. This one's going to be a battle for sure.
So at the end of 1 quarter of play, and we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And from what we've seen from Oklahoma City, what's your take so far?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
Yeah, they gave the other team no time to breathe. Every time they got the ball, they were off to the races. And you see how effective this aggressive mindset can be.
On the court for Minnesota, Conley and Ann are the 1 and the 2. Jaden McDaniels out there with Julius Randle. And it's Gobert in at the center position. 4 on the clock. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call.
Minnesota ball.
The Timberwolves trail. Outside Edwards. To the middle. Over to the left wing. Gobert passes to Edwards. Back to Gobert. Oh, ferocious from Gobert.
Well, sharp interior passing is so important. The best way to create high-percentage buckets.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Minnesota with a rebound. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. Stan, just how much of a catalyst has Mike Conley been since the Timberwolves got him?
Well, just listen to his teammates, Brian. They talk about leadership, the adult in the room, and he remains a very capable two-way player.
Now here's Conley to the inside. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Wiggins. Misses the 3.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Pass to Randall. No one near him. Williams grabs the board.
And that's one he wants back, just wide open, but not able to connect that time.
And another miss by Oklahoma City. The Timberwolves lead by 3. Quarter 2 and about 2 minutes in. Inside, Gobert. The Frenchman, Gobert.
Nice play by Gobert. Taking it up strong and daring people to stop him.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Shot to stop the run, and Gobert with a block. The Timberwolves have gotten 3 of 4 field goals in the second quarter. Here's Randall, and he drives in. Basket counts. And now it's a 7-point Minnesota lead.
Yeah, nice play by Randall. He can take up space in there and has great short area quickness.
Wiggins from long range. And that won't fall for him. He's 0 for 2. For Minnesota, they've gone a terrific 4 of 5 here in the second quarter. Conley passes to Randall. Out to the wing. McDaniels against Caruso. Here's Gobert. And the jam by Gobert.
They're really settling into a nice rhythm now, starting to gain the upper hand.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, the Timberwolves are one of the biggest teams in the association, and Coach Chris Finch said, quote, "That's how we're built. It's part of our identity. That's what we have to lean into. We want to be big at the rim and force our size on opponents." Brian, he loves to see other teams hesitant to venture into the paint.
Hearing footsteps, right? Allie, thanks. Clock at 6. Edwards pass to Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
Yeah, great play from Edwards off the pick and roll. Moving the ball around and get another guy a shot.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Williams up top. Pass to Joe. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Over Conley. And it's in after a nice bounce off the right iron. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 4 points this quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way.
I like seeing Conley look for his shot because he puts defenses in compromising situations.
And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. Williams is checked in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Lou Dort in for Joe. And the Timberwolves also making a change. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for Edwards. Kept alive. Outside for Dort. Pass to Caruso. Three-pointer. It's rebounded by Minnesota. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Conley looking for an opening. Down low. Outside for Randall. There's the triple. He drops it from range. Randall's got 8.
When you have Randall on your team, he'll space out that floor.
Williams finds Holmgren. That shot missing. And so that brings the first half to a close. It's Minnesota up by 12. And we'll see you back here after the break. Third quarter action in just a bit. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it's been a runaway. You look at Rudy Gobert in this game, he's been everywhere.
He has come out energized, and as a result, he's been crushing it offensively.
Great to see him playing up to his full potential. This will do so much for his confidence.
Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4, Hartenstein, the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2, and it's Williams in at the 3. That's the group from Mark Daigneault starting the second half. Now here's Edwards. It's McDaniels on the wing. For 3, Randall. Unable to get that one.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
An aggressive move to a strong finish.
Yeah, and getting out in transition allows for some easy points before that defense is fully set.
And Minnesota with possession here, following the bucket by Oklahoma City.
At the offensive end, Gobert isn't always this aggressive, so it's really good to see.
Defensive Player of the Year 4 times over, Stan. Rudy Gobert tied for the record.
Yeah, Brian, alongside Dikembe Mutombo and Ben Wallace, and Gobert's capable of getting another one too, assuming his countryman Victor Wembanyama doesn't start taking the reins.
Now here's Conley. He has 6. Randall finds Conley. Randall on the screen. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to go on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Totally fearless. Conley clashes against strong defense inside. He'll go to any lengths to find those shots.
Stan, your coaching career started in the 1980s. How are players different today versus then?
Well, look, players have always shared one thing. They want to be the best that they can be, and they want to win games. But players now are bigger, faster, stronger, and more skilled. The rules have changed, so the game's a little bit less physical, particularly at the NBA level, but the players are just better.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. And Gilgeous-Alexander missing. The Timberwolves lead by 14. Here's McDaniels. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. The Thunder have gotten 2 of 4 shots to go since the break. And Gilgeous-Alexander missing.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing him get bottled up like that. Wow.
Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. To the middle. Here's Gobert. Outside for Randall. Here's Conley. And there's the drive. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. Caruso. He's checked in for Chet Holmgren. The Timberwolves also with a sub. Alexander Walker's checked in. Thunder trail by 14. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Hartenstein with a screen on Conley. Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA using that size.
He's such a clever player in pick and rolls. Gilgeous-Alexander is unpredictable and understands how to attack defenses.
Conley passes to Gobert. The kick out to Conley. Now Alexander Walker. Pass to Gobert. Back to Alexander Walker. Edwards with it. Let's go with a 3. Hartenstein pulls it in. And so it's Gilgeous-Alexander with it. He brings it up for the...
Wow!
And we see the speed and power. I mean, Williams shows off on that one.
Williams is checked in for Oklahoma City. Wiggins comes in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Reed's checked in for Minnesota. DiVincenzo comes in for Anthony Edwards. Outside Conley. And there's the rejection. And so the ball out of bounds. Caruso touched it last. In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. Thunder trail by 9. To the paint. Here's Wiggins. Soft touch off the glass. Wiggins has got his first basket.
It's not easy to work the ball inside in this league, but they've done it all night.
Stolen by Wiggins. Williams passes to Dort. No good from outside.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Conley against Caruso. Outside Conley. Down low. Here's Reed. Out to DiVincenzo. Shoot from the baseline. Randall can't hit.
Yeah, you expect him to make those. Good luck. Just couldn't find the mark.
Pass to Caruso. Randall against Williams. Wiggins with a screen on Randall. Back to Caruso. Wiggins from long range. Sinks it from distance. Wiggins got 5 points now in the quarter.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
Reed with it. A slam dunk by Reed.
Look, if you're open, Conley sees you. That was a great pass.
The kick out to Wiggins. Williams on the wing. And it's good. 2 points.
Terrific ball movement leading to the basket. You love to see it.
And we've reached the end of the third. It's Minnesota up 4. And we're just... And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist to the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And a look now at the 5 for the Timberwolves to start the fourth quarter. And is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's Conley in at the point guard position.
Yeah, never a bad idea to have Randle with the ball. Just a great passing forward.
Wiggins finds Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams a screen on Conley. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and there's another one for the Thunder.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Thunder trail by 4. Caruso outside. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Caruso. Wiggins outside. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. A big triple! Gilgeous-Alexander!
Yeah, total focus from Shea there. Ready to go off the feed.
And there's a whistle. That'll belong to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his 4th foul of the contest. Lou Dort, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Pass to McDaniels. Dort with a steal. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City to take the lead. Rebound Minnesota. They've led by as many as 14. Now Williams to the inside. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. There's a screen by Wiggins. Williams from long range hits a three-pointer. And the Thunder lead by 2. Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for Oklahoma City.
Well, they've shown just outstanding effort defensively, and it's resulted in several forced turnovers.
They're also finding a lot of points tonight off of transition play, running the floor and using the fast break to beat the defense.
5 on the clock. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It's going to be on Alex Caruso. That one's off. So for Oklahoma City, Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Chet Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. And it's Jalen Williams in for Caruso. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Conley. Pass to Holmgren. Three-pointer. Edwards pulls it in.
Defensive breakdown there, and they got lucky. He's not going to miss too many of those.
To the middle. Gobert no good. Thunder with a lead. Dort, the pass to Williams. Right side, Gilgeous-Alexander. Over Edwards. And Gilgeous-Alexander missing. And it's Conley with the ball for Minnesota. Fourth quarter keeps moving along. 3 minutes gone by now. Edwards looking it over. Pass to McDaniels. Back to Edwards. Randle a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. Edwards can't hit.
Well, that's why he's out there using his size in the paint.
Outside, Williams. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Fast break, Minnesota. Here's Edwards. And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a three-point play.
Well, you need a bucket. Give it to Edwards. He's got that clutch gene.
In tense situations at the line, they can count on him to keep his cool.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Just 5 to shoot. And he lobs it up to the rim. And it's Holmgren missing.
That could have been an easy pass and finish. Not really sure what went wrong.
Yeah, that just comes down to the timing being off between those two guys.
Here's Conley driving to the basket. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Oklahoma City's gone 2 of 4 from the perimeter here in the fourth quarter. Takes the 3 and connects from downtown.
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Yeah, and I can say from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
think we'll see him milk the clock a bit.
Yeah, seems like the heady move right now.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Holmgren with a screen on Conley. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
And we talk about the things that made Chet Holmgren an elite prospect. Mental toughness is near the top of the list.
And he's able to hit the second one, and that'll put him up 2.
And right about now, at this point in the game, there can be a massive difference between a 2- and 3-point advantage.
McDaniels finds Conley. It falls!
Rudy Gobert.
A huge shot to tie it up.
And the trust this team has in Gobert. They know he looks to come up huge in the clutch.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Hartenstein with a screen on Conley. Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, it falls!
He's really finding his rhythm here. I mean, smart move to keep feeding him the ball.
Yeah, when you have a guy playing like he has been recently, he's got to be the first option on every possession.
Time expires. We're going to overtime. And we'll be back right after. Glad to have you with us as we get going in overtime. Neither team giving an inch in this game. Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren the 4, Hartenstein the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2. And it's Williams in at the 3. Small forward.
First team foul.
Out left to the wing. Here's Holmgren. All right, Coach, what are some qualities you're looking for in a lead guard?
Well, look, you want a guy that can make plays, that can control the game. When I first got into the league, people thought about point guards as traditional pass-first guys. But now it means more than that. You want a guy who can make plays, whether it's for himself or for his teammates.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Hartenstein with a screen on Conley. Inside. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Off target from the wing. The Timberwolves trail. Outside Edwards. Randall outside. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's on Isaiah Hartenstein.
Inside, you have to try something to stop Randall. But he gets physical right back and draws a good shooting foul.
Taking 2 shots.
He's off on the free throw. Unable to get the second one to drop. Stolen by Conley. And stolen by Williams. Shoots. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets it to go. On the assist from Williams.
Well, we talk about ice in his veins a lot, but this guy personifies that. What a clutch shot.
Conley finds Gobert. Gobert with a screen on Dort. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. And stolen by Hartenstein. And stolen by Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
Huge bucket from Gobert, answering the call when his team needs him.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Conley. Holmgren with a screen on Conley. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. McDaniels with the rebound. And for Minnesota, their shooting has been great. 57% and finding ways to score consistently. So the first one drops, and that ties this game up.
The line for the Timberwolves.
And so he's good on both free throws, and that gives him a lead.
Cool and collected, making them count under pressure.
Randall against Holmgren. Holmgren with a screen on Conley. Back to Holmgren. Puts up a 3. It's rebounded by Rudy Gobert. And they've been moving the ball really well tonight.
Good things come to those who take good shots.
McDaniels with it. Guarded now by Williams. It's Edwards on the wing. Clock at 4. Minnesota
Can't blame him. Just trying to take what the defense allows.
Gilgeous Alexander against Edwards. Hartenstein with a screen on Edwards. Gilgeous Alexander finds Hartenstein. Money!
Ooh, a clutch bucket. A defensive stop now could be all it takes to clinch the win.
Pass to Randall. It's good!
So that's what you're looking for. Shots from point-blank range.
Here's Gilgeous Alexander. And he sinks it.
Unselfish basketball. That's what coaches love to see.
And Chris Finch calls timeout here. And a great call on his part. This is the time you want to be in sync right here. All right, what are the considerations at this late juncture?
They've got just enough time for a catch and shoot, but it needs to be immediate.
Tipped away. And so the big win by Oklahoma City in a tight game. They escape with the W, even though they needed a few extra minutes to pull it off.
And both teams gave their all. When it came down to overtime, it was about who had more determination.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Stan Van Gundy, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce.
Stand on all 10 and ain't a soul that's gonna take from me. I done life be fairy tale, they be make believe. If I tell her I'll be right back, yeah, she gon' wait for me. I love model every name from A to Z. Yeah, these got me. How the these mad at me cause I got rich? They mad at me cause these went broken, they need fix. They ain't give me nothing, I ain't.
Welcome, everyone, to the NBA on 2K. Leading up to this one has been about the impact of the backcourt.
And that's where it all starts. When you have a confident and competent backcourt, it just opens up a lot of things for you offensively.
So here's Oklahoma City starting group. The 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3 spot. And so it's the Thunder getting on the board first. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Murray, and he drives in. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Jordan.
Well, Murray not only is strong, but he's got really good speed, too, and that gets him by the defense past the contact.
Murray against Gilgeous-Alexander. It's good.
Well, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Murray. And the foul on Jamal Murray. That's his first foul.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
And not afraid to put his body on the line either. He took a shot for the team in that situation.
Dort kicks to Gilgeous-Alexander. Hits the three-point bomb. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 7.
This is why SGA is a focal point of this offense, because of that ability to score.
And the turnover again by Denver. Thunder have gotten their first 3 shots to go in for them to start off this game. About a minute and a half through the first quarter. Holmgren wide open. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
And with that threat of the outside jumper, Holmgren generates space for this offense.
He gets it in there.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, following the score by Aaron Gordon. 6 to shoot. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And Gilgeous-Alexander throws it down.
And watch out for SGA going to the basket. He will put it on your head if you're not watching.
Pass to Brown. Watson kicks to Gordon. Count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well.
Guys, that's just really unstoppable. He poses a ton of matchup problems for whomever he's facing.
Michael Porter, he's checked in for the Nuggets. And though the Nuggets have some extra...
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they were an extreme example of that, Kevin. First in the league in 2-point attempts, and then dead last, almost dead last, in 3-point attempts. Not what most people would think when looking at the Nuggets.
Count the basket. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 11.
And good work inside. SGA will make more room for himself on the perimeter when he can be effective down low.
You know, it's clear that Gordon is one of the best dunkers in the game, always looking to bring the thunder.
Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Williams. And stolen by Murray. And with an update from the sideline, Let's check in with David Aldridge.
Devin, thank you. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an elite scorer. Coach Mark Dagnall said the sign of a good player is being a source of reliable offense. At the same time, he's learned to impact the game in other ways, and that's why he's a really good player. He's not just a hired gun scorer. Kevin?
Totally agree, D.A. He is a franchise cornerstone type of guy. We thank you for the report.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Porter, no luck. The Thunder leading by 5. Right side, Dort. Holmgren finds Caruso. Over Murray. The Thunder with another miss.
That's exactly how you have to defend him. He's a guy that the D needs to be aware of at all times. And he just powered that one down.
One of the game's top dunkers.
Absolutely salivates when he attacks the rim.
Back to Dort. Pass to Caruso. Hartenstein with the screen for Caruso. Misses the 3. The Nuggets trail by 3. Porter with it. Williams picks him up. Gordon against Dort. Outside for Murray. Goes back up. Poked away.
You know, you don't always get that opportunity, so those are the ones you hate to miss.
Got a piece of it. Caruso with the ball. Here's Williams into the lane. Here's Hartenstein. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. What stands out to you from Oklahoma City in this one?
I mean, offensively, I thought they did a good job of protecting the ball. And defensively, boy, were they disruptive.
Yeah, I like the way they forced a ton of turnovers and then took advantage of those turnovers with opportunistic baskets.
Jokic is out there with Peyton Watson. Then it's Michael Porter. Then there's Russell Westbrook. And it's Strawther in at the shooting guard. That's the group for Denver getting going here in the second.
Boy, talk about an advanced playmaker. Westbrook can make passes that other players just can't.
Here's Wiggins. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
That's his first personal
fouls, Clark into the line, all part of the game, but do you think players try and draw fouls too often now?
I do in some cases, but I think it's more on an individual basis. I mean, players have to do what they need to do to try to score the ball, but I don't think anybody likes, one, guys flopping to draw fouls, and then two, whining when fouls aren't called.
Now, here's Jokic. Oh, throw it down, Nikola Jokic.
And Joker doesn't get up too often, but when he slams it down, it feels like he's trying to bring the basket with him.
On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. He's covered by Westbrook. The kick out to Williams. 5 on the clock. Here's Wiggins out of bounds. Denver takes possession. So here's Denver. Pass to Watson. Now Porter. Here's Strawther. 5 to shoot. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Williams passes to Wiggins. Oklahoma City moving the ball around. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. The shot, no good.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Pass to Jokic. Cruising basketball for Jokic.
Jokic doing a nice job on the screen, solidly set and rolls to the perfect spot for the score.
Well, Clark, we know Nikola Jokic has many interests outside of basketball, like training his horses.
I love that about him. When basketball season is over, he knows exactly what he wants to do and needs to do to take care of his body, but he's not going to be a slave to basketball year-round. He's got other interests, and he's going to indulge and engage in those. He's got other passions, which I love seeing, and horses apparently one of his other passions for sure. Simply one of the better passers around. Westbrook's so good at finding his guys.
Pass to Porter. Good, and the assist goes to Jokic Jr. Porter's got the lead up to 4 now for the Nuggets.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Strawther grabs the miss.
Well, you will not see that from him very often, especially right at the rim.
And here's Jokic. 1:49 left in the first half of basketball. Pass to Strawther. The kick out to Westbrook. And there's the foul on Alex Caruso. That's his first foul.
Well, he bailed him out with that one. The shot clock was low. You got to just play straight up D. That is not the time to take a foul.
And the Nuggets making a change here. Holmes checked in. The Thunder also changing it up. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. And it's Dort in for Isaiah Joe.
Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
Exactly. I mean, when you're running neck to neck, those kinds of mistakes tip the scales.
So Denver ends up going with a whole new group. Holmgren, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Williams comes in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Back to Gordon. Pass to Murray. Shot clock at 5. Back to Gordon. Watson for 3. They grab their own miss.
You know, you got to keep your feet if you're the defense, because once Gordon gets you off balance, he just goes right into the contact.
Hey guys, what do you think about the offensive approach you've seen so far for the Nuggets?
These guys have been so quick off the dribble, finding great lanes to attack and getting themselves to the basket.
Something else they're doing well tonight, guys, lots of points in the paint. Something to continue to keep our eye on.
Well, Dort makes the smart play there. He spots a wide open shooter and just gets him the ball.
With the drive, it's blocked, and they're able to recover. And the foul called on Jalen Williams. That's his first foul of the game, and the bonus will go to the free throw line. Denver shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
Yeah, as a group, really a dismal year for them from the line last season, guys.
We've got 33 seconds left in the second quarter. Down low, here's Holmgren.
I mean, sneaky. When he moves around the floor, Holmgren takes you out of the play, slips past, and just rolls to the hoop.
Here's Brown. Murray, the pass to Brown. Outside for Murray. And another miss by Denver. Offside Williams. Over in the corner, Caruso. Here's Hartenstein, and the dunk by Hartenstein.
Good to see a player going all out for the game this night.
You know, he knows what his job is. Control the offensive glass.
You know, that time I thought he did it with authority. Tremendous putback at a time when they really need it.
And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Thunder out in front. They're up by 4. And we'll be back right after halftime for the start of the third quarter. We'll see you in a bit. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here tonight, guys.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
So for Oklahoma City right now, the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3 spot.
Great reflexes to get a hand on that pass and go the other way with it.
Here are the Nuggets now. 4-point game. Gordon for 3. Thunder with the rebound.
That is fantastic defense on one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Didn't give him an inch of room. And looking to get stronger. Holmgren fights through the bump. Tons of time for him to grow into that frame.
Here's Gordon. It's rebounded by Hartenstein. Hartenstein's got 6 rebounds here tonight. And the foul on Jamal Murray.
That's his second personal
That's foul number 2 for him.
First team foul.
Williams gives to Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Holmgren. He's looking for Hartenstein and finds him. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander.
Set the trap perfectly there. Had the inside-out pass scouted and jumped right on.
Great teamwork, punctuated by a strong finish.
That is the perfect fast break, guys. Getting a hoop before the defense can get set.
Now, here's George. Denver grabs the miss. Jordan's got 6 rebounds in the game. And there's the call on Lou Dort. That's his first foul.
His first personal foul. Second team foul.
And we're just about a minute and a half into the 3rd quarter of basketball. Here's Murray driving to the basket. Doesn't get it to drop for him. The Thunder leading by 4. Here's Dort. No good on the 3. On the wing, Murray. No good from outside.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then, because his shot making is not happening right now.
Denver's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Clark, as you look at the career of Aaron Gordon, he has blossomed into an elite role player.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he's done that. He's embraced his role. He's embraced taking fewer shots and playing more defense and getting on the glass more and making hustle plays. Not everybody would do what Aaron has done. It's a credit to him that he's been able to, again, embrace, not just accept, but embrace the role that he serves for that championship team.
With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Thunder take it one step at a time. All-star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander says, I think we all stay in the moment, and that's why we've been able to get better. Attack the day, the program in front of us. We all have the right intentions and want to win at the end of the day. Kevin?
Of that attitude, going by leaps and bounds. Thank you, David. Gilgeous-Alexander with the steal. And another fast break for Oklahoma City. Thunder running. It's blocked. We've got 1:48 left here in the 3rd quarter. It's stolen by Dort. Here's Williams, and Williams slams it in.
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark.
Hey, guys, I know there are a lot of questions right now defensively for this team. There's no doubt about that.
Williams, he's checked in for the Thunder. Alex Caruso comes in for Holmgren.
And this guy just does everything. Scores, passes, good rebounder, just an all-around terrific basketball player. He just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful two-hand jam.
I tell you what, if he's got a few more of those in him, this lead will really start shrinking.
Jokic with the steal. Pass to Porter. Back to Westbrook. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Jokic. Excellent D there from Williams.
You know, sometimes making it difficult for him to finish at the rim is all you can ask for from the defense.
The Nuggets trail by 11. Jokic with it. Williams picks him up. The kick out to Westbrook. Wide open look. And yes, it's good. Westbrook's got his first points in this one.
Love the preparation that time by Westbrook. He was ready to shoot it before he caught it.
Williams passes to Caruso. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. Connects from three-point range. And the Thunder lead by 12.
Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher. His coach knows it.
Showing no signs of slowing or cooling down. They're going to ride him as far as he can take him.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand pull punch.
And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
Served him up a tasty room service dime right there.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. The forwards are Porter Jr. and Gordon to his side. Then there's Jamal Murray. And it's Nikola Jokic. And it's Strother in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Denver. Back to Murray from deep. Offensive rebound. Jokic can't cash in from close range. The Thunder leading by 13. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
And perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
Launches a 3. Porter pulls it in. Porter's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Here's Strother. Excellent D there from Williams.
You know, even though it's a point-blank range shot, that's not an easy one, especially when the defense is that tight.
And so it's Jokic with it. He brings it up for the Denver Nuggets. They trail by 16. Rebound by Williams. Williams has got 4 rebounds now tonight. It's Gilgeous-Alexander with the drive.
And you really have to appreciate the steady effort of Gilgeous-Alexander. The game looks like it comes easy to him, but he is one of the hardest workers on the floor.
George, he's checked in for the Thunder. Nuggets have gotten off to a rough start in the 4th quarter, going 0 for 4 so far. Here's the break. Here's Caruso. And it's blocked by Jordan.
Hey, get that weak stuff out of here. Take it home. Jordan is fantastic at rejecting those kinds of shots.
Here's Dort. And a great assist by Gilgeous-Alexander as that one goes in. Gilgeous-Alexander's got assist number 5 here tonight. And what's your take, guys, on the hustle sticks for Oklahoma City?
Really a great job in this one, forcing the issue defensively. Great quickness and discipline combined, making ball handlers very uncomfortable.
And also, they've made it a point to push it off turnovers. That they're playing smart and alert, capitalizing on mistakes.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Aaron Wiggins. And Jalen Williams is subbed in for Alex Caruso. Gilgeous-Alexander against Westbrook.
Jordan is such a defensive presence. Really key that he stays engaged at that end of the floor.
4th quarter of play, and we're about 2.5 minutes through it right now. Here's Brown. The Nuggets with another miss. On offense, here are the Thunder. Big stretch here going 10-2. Gilgeous-Alexander finds Williams. Took the opportunity when he saw it. And the Thunder lead by 21.
Well, and this has been their strategy throughout the 4th period. We'll see how it pans out.
You know what? Teams can get a little 3-happy down the stretch sometimes. Letting it fly.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Holmgren can't hit.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Here's Gordon. Takes it off the glass.
No doubt about it. He has done a ton to help his team, but he's going to have to do even more if they want to have a chance to get back in this.
Left side, Gilgeous-Alexander. And Jordan sends it back. To the middle. Pass to Brown. Hartenstein against Gordon. Now here's Jordan. Right side, Westbrook. Takes the three. Nailed from three-point land.
And this is going to end in a lopsided victory. I love the tenacity and aggressiveness as well as the ability to close. You really got to give it up here for Oklahoma City.
It was like watching a three-point shooting contest tonight here.
And they just didn't seem to let up, whether the last several shots went down or not. 3 after 3, it just seemed to pay off for them.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, his defense was tremendous tonight. Really, really high level. He was a pest, forced the opponents into a lot of turnovers.
Now the Thunder making a switch here. Williams, he's checked in for Hartenstein. Aaron Wiggins comes in for Holmgren. Alex Caruso, he's checked in for Jalen Williams. And it's Isaiah Joe in for George.
Well, he is so tough to guard without fouling because he's aggressively attacking you at all times. And one of the great things about Westbrook, he's high motor all day, every day.
Zeke Naji, he's checked in for Denver.
Hey, Diop-O'Shea.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Westbrook. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets it to go.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what, and they got it done.
Tipped away. Stolen by Westbrook. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Williams.
Substitution on the court.
And it's the Nuggets with the ball. It's an 18-point game. The Nuggets with another miss. Here's Topic. Some solid defense from Šarić. So no problem for Oklahoma City as they get the win. A resounding victory for them. And Greg in enemy territory, no less.
That's exactly right.
with his own approach to getting ready for welcome and thanks for joining 2K Sports for a Friday night full of NBA action. And tonight, it'll be the Oklahoma City Thunder going up against the Los Angeles Lakers here on their home floor in LA. Brian Anderson with you, Hall of Famers Doris Burke and Grant Hill joining us tonight, along with the fourth member of our team, Allie LaForce. Here are the starters for Oklahoma City. Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren the 4, Hartenstein the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2, and it's Williams in at the small forward position. And for the Lakers, Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Hayes is out there with Rui Hachimura, and it's Doncic in at the point. Well, if you like scoring, we've got you covered.
Yes, we do. Two high-powered offenses, and they're not just talented, they're relentless.
Now here's Williams, the 3 from Holmgren. And Reeves pulls it down. Hayes with it. Here's Hachimura. Ooh, some solid defense from Gilgeous-Alexander. Lets the 3 fly. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Here's James. Got it.
It's trouble. I mean, if LeBron James is in the painted area, everybody's got to be prepared to contest. This guy too good in there.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Hartenstein. And here's Holmgren. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Hartenstein.
Hurts to see that kind of mistake. Coach is going to be on him about that one.
A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. It's James on the wing. And he hammers it down right in the face of Jalen Williams.
That is why the ticket price is what it is when LeBron is in town. Amazing dunk to finish the play.
Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he's sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
Well, as soon as you recognize the size mismatch, you have to attack.
Hachimura sets a screen. Gilgeous-Alexander against Doncic. Doris, you talk about a guy who forces you to play at his pace. That's Luka Doncic.
Oh, my goodness, B.A., there's no question. He's got tremendous patience. He's in complete command of the tempo of the game. But maybe my favorite aspect is how he manipulates the game to get defenders off balance. Boy, Luka's strength, his size, his savvy puts him at the free throw line so often.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Now James. Ooh, poked away. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Williams. And it's out of bounds to the Thunder as Oklahoma City retains possession. Finney Smith checked in for the Lakers.
Now into the lineup for your Lakers.
Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. And they take the lead.
No, that's an opportunistic three-point shot from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He liked the look of it.
James outside. Finney Smith a screen. Puts up a deep 3. The Thunder with the rebound. It's Dort on the wing. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for Dort. 6 on the shot clock. Holmgren, the pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Off the left rim and out.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
Right, he stays connected and great timing on the contest.
The Lakers with another miss.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian, the Thunder have some grit. Coach Mark Dagnall said we compete, and on nights we aren't, we get back to that very quickly. The competition level and the willingness to do it together is the foundational piece. Brian?
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thank you. Here's Doncic. The Thunder making their last shot. Looking to end the run. And the layup is up and in.
If you allow Luka to establish position because of his size, his strength, his footwork, turn the lights out.
Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. Doncic pulls down the board. Lakers trail by 3. Here's James. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
That's his first personal
Imagine
foul.
LeBron gets a step on you. It must be like a steam engine coming at you to the rim. All you can do is foul him.
Vanderbilt's checked in for the Lakers. Vincent comes in for Luka Doncic. A big group substitution here for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Wiggins comes in for Chet Holmgren. Joe's checked in for Dort. And it's Alex Caruso in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They now take the lead. James has got 8.
And LeBron James wins this battle right at the beginning. Explosive first step.
Williams with the screen. Caruso, the pass to Williams. Oklahoma City shooting their first free throws of the evening. That free throw no good. Of course, not only is the Thunder roster full of young talent, they also have a ridiculous amount of draft capital.
BA, you've got to give a ton of credit to the front office. They've got multiple options going forward. Continue to draft and develop their talent, or perhaps use those picks to trade for a superstar you believe fits.
Connects checked in for James. Vanderbilt, no good. Oklahoma City has gone 2 of 5 from deep. Gilgeous-Alexander's shot is good.
Well, you just get to your spot and rise and fire. The confident pull-up for Mr. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And here's Reeves outside. Has to connect. Beyond the arc. The shot by Reeves, no good. One quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. Oklahoma City ahead. They lead by... And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And from what we've seen from Oklahoma City, what's your take so far?
Well, a big differentiator was their ability to generate offense by pounding the glass.
I love the determination. They want to go after every rebound out there and overwhelming to the opposition right now.
We've got Gabe Vincent, Jared Vanderbilt out there with Connect. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith, and it's Reeves in at the 2-guard position. That's the group for the Lakers to kick off the second quarter.
You bring a level of awareness and quickness. Gilgeous-Alexander has both, and it pays dividends there.
Here's Vincent, drives to the hoop, and Gilgeous-Alexander with a block. Pass to Joe. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Outside Reeves. Here's Vincent. Let's go with a 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. Vincent's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Thunder with a lead. Just over a minute has passed here in the second quarter. Back to Williams. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams with the screen. Down low. And Williams punches it home.
He's been playing great, unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
And he has shown a terrific feel for how the defense is playing him and then taking advantage of that. Great contest by the defender, but that's a dunk you've got to put down in his face.
3-pointer. Finney-Smith pulls it in. Lakers trail by 3. And Doris, no doubt about it, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an absolute monster on offense.
Very quietly, one of the most dangerous offensive players in the game is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got size, he's got speed, he's got handle, he can score from 3 levels. This guy is a legit force.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Benson grabs the miss. For Los Angeles, they've gone 2 of 4 here in the second quarter. Back to Reeves. And Isaiah Joe is going to pick up the foul here. That's his first foul of the game. Some changes for Los Angeles. Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. And LeBron subbed in for Vincent. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Dort comes in for Joe. James with the focus.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Rebounded by LeBron.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him.
To the paint. Finney Smith passes to James. James takes the hit and sinks the shot.
We call this a groove, folks. Offensively, when shots are falling, you're getting to your spots. LeBron James right now on his personal playground.
Gilgeous-Alexander, good.
This guy a tough cover for any defender. Creative and assertive scoring the ball.
From deep, Reeves. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. He's covered by Reeves. Fires from deep. A big triple. Gilgeous-Alexander.
Quick trigger there by SGA. I'll tell you, on the catch, be ready to rise and fire.
Shot is good by Reeves.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Reeves. And it's Dorian Finney-Smith with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
And just wasn't able to set up in time.
Both teams deciding to change it up.
Substitution on the court.
Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Taking it inside, SGA.
Well, that's SGA in a nutshell right there. Quickness, length, guile, finishing on the interior.
Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. Doncic, no good.
I'll tell you, most of the time this guy's going to finish that, but that was tremendous defense that prohibits him from completing the play.
Oklahoma City shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night, and he knocks down the first one.
What you love about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is this young man's work ethic. He is a gym rat who's always looking for ways to improve.
Hayes is checked in for the Lakers. Reeves comes in for Goodwin. Hayes with a screen on Williams. Here's James. Tipped. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Holmgren. 27 seconds left in the second period. Shot clock at 6. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. Hachimura from long range.
Wow, I mean, the 7'6" wingspan coming in handy. Holmgren loves swatting away shots just like this.
Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. With 2 seconds left. The shot that time not on target. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Oklahoma City ahead. They're up by 4. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break.
And please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot from. They're thinking about the shot. Nice try. It's all good. Let's hear it for the participants.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
I love how effortlessly he scored. The game just comes so easy for him.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Taking a look at Oklahoma City. Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4. Hartenstein, the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2. And it's Williams in at small forward. Los Angeles shooting their 5th and 6th free throw attempts tonight. Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, B.A., I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren.
Now, you know, as a roller, Holmgren shows great hands, and he makes nice adjustments moving downhill.
Lakers trail by 4. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Chet Holmgren makes up for his length frame with aggression. He said, quote, "You don't have to take a second look at me now to know that I'm not the biggest dude width-wise, so I have to hit first. Otherwise, the game's not going to go in my favor when things get physical," unquote. Brian, you agree?
I do, and you can tell he just refuses to back down, Allie. Dort for 3. It's Hayes with the rebound. It's been a couple of minutes since they led in this game.
Oh, they'd love to change that here.
Oh, hard finish from LeBron.
LeBron James goes high in the air, and absolutely no doubt about how that's going to end.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside, Williams. And that comes off the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 6 assists in the game. James attacking. LeBron unfazed by contact.
Just a phenomenal drive to the basket by LeBron, an expert at completing these drives through contact.
And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Gilgeous-Alexander looking it over. The kick out to Williams.
Well, this is the energy you want to see from Luka on the defensive end on every possession. Up in his man's grill, affecting the shot. That is nice.
Oklahoma City has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Well, Doris, Chet Holmgren was one of the more highly touted guys coming into the league in a long time.
He was, B.A., and he has lived up to the billing. At that size, to be able to shoot the ball, put it on the deck, be a force at the rim defensively. But maybe his best attribute, he is a tough competitor.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
Caruso, he's checked in for Chet Holmgren.
Number 9, Alex Caruso.
The Thunder have gone 2 of 5 in this third quarter. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And another miss by Oklahoma City. And here's Doncic. He'll bring it up for the Lakers. They trail by 1 for the lead. James attacking, and he lays it in. James has got 10 points in the quarter.
Well, there are times where the court vision gets questioned, but Rui Hachimura, the delivery, sets up his teammate. Really well done.
And here's Doncic outside. Oklahoma City grabs the miss. Pass to Hartenstein. Now Gilgeous-Alexander.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Clock at 6. Launches a 3. And Reeves pulls it down. The Lakers have gone 4 of 6 from the floor in this third quarter. Doncic outside. Reeves against Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside Reeves. Hachimura, the pass to Hayes. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
Tough one. In a game where every possession is valuable, turnovers can make the difference.
Finney Smith's checked in for Hachimura. Williams is checked in for Oklahoma City. Wiggins comes in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Dort, left side. Wiggins with a screen on Reeves. Here's Dort. Connects. The jumper drops. And the Thunder lead by 1.
Well, Luke Dort expanding his skill set, now able to run pick and roll action. Go ahead and dictate some offense, Luke.
James finds Hayes. Now here is James. Floats one up. That shot, no good. Williams with it. Now Doncic defending. Dort for three. The ball's knocked loose. Let's see if they want to go 2 for 1 here, Grant.
Hey, looking at the clock, I'd say yes.
Tries again. The shake. LeBron gets the bucket inside.
Well, you love to see LeBron go to the window and set the tone with his rebounding. That is nicely done.
Pass to Williams. Buries it from 3. Williams has got 9. Here in the second half, this game's still nip and tuck.
Just an insane amount of lead changes. The fans are getting their money's worth.
Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. From deep, here's Doncic. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Williams on the wing. Back to Caruso. Pass to Wiggins. Fires the 3. And another 3 for Oklahoma City.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor well enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
And that'll do it for the third quarter. Oklahoma City ahead, leading by 5. And we're coming right back after this break to get the fourth quarter started. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
3 tense quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the fourth. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Then it's Gabe Vincent. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith. And it's Goodwin in at the 2. That's the Laker 5. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. The offensive rebound.
Man, just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul.
What's remarkable about LeBron is the complete command of the game. Not only his team, but you'll hear opponents joke about how well he knows their plays.
But that one seemed like a gimme.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Joe up top. The shot. Top of the key jumper, no good. Lakers trail by 4. James inside, pounded by Wiggins. Got a hand on it. The open shot by Gilgeous-Alexander. Cashes in the 12-footer. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for Oklahoma City.
Yeah, they've done a great job of challenging every shot they can. Their totals in the block column are a result of that aggression.
But they've also been scoring on the break with how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court. Anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
And they have a never-give-up attitude.
No doubt, keeping it very close. They're going to have to step up even more to get over the hump here.
Milton's checked in for the Lakers. And also a switch here for Oklahoma City. Dort's checked in. Double team on Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Williams. Missed inside. The Lakers trail. Here's James. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a three-point play here.
This is a superior strength by James. Even when the defense roughs him up, he's more than capable of playing through them. It's amazing.
And it's tied up with that one. And we've made our way through just over a minute and a half of this fourth quarter. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Hartenstein. Outside, Williams. Over James. And Reeves pulls it down. The Lakers have gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter. Kicks it to Doncic. Doncic delivers from range.
Such a close shooter. This guy lives for these kinds of moments and delivers.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Reeves. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Hachimura covering. 4 on the clock. Offensive rebound. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
There is no moment too big, no pressure too heavy for Mr. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. The delivery is on time.
Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Doncic missing. Oklahoma City trailing. Lets it go from deep. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets a 3. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 7 points here in the quarter.
Boy, you respect the shot selection from Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, just taking what the defense gives him.
Pass to James. Hayes with a screen on Williams. Hayes with it. Doncic passes to Reeves. James inside. Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Beat the shot clock, but it's off the mark. Dort against Reeves. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. The putback. LeBron with the rebound. And James has got the ball here for the Los Angeles Lakers. 2-point game. And stolen by Williams. 1:07 left in the fourth quarter here. Pass to Dort. Back to Williams. From outside, off the mark. The Lakers have gotten 3 of 8 shot attempts to find the net here in the fourth quarter. Hayes. Count it! And he's tied it up! What a shot!
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
To me, more often than not, when you attack, good things happen.
That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
There's 48 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. It's rebounded by Los Angeles.
You've got to find a way to get yourself going in some other way because hoisting from 3 is not the answer.
And if you can't force the turnover on that play, then that's not a bad foul.
That's his second personal foul.
Ooh, knocks down the clutch free throw.
At the line for Los Angeles, Jackson Hayes.
And so he drops them both, and it's a 2-point ball game.
Well, those were essential. Very steady work at the free throw line in a very tight game.
Doncic against Gilgeous-Alexander. 17 seconds left in the fourth. Pass to Holmgren. 5 to shoot. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. From behind the arc. The 3 won't fall. Oh, deflected. Dort with a steal.
He's having a good night from the field. Now, I know the defense is really keying in on him, but they need him involved if they're going to pull this out.
From deep, here's... Oh, it's good! He hit it!
Great shot! The winner at the buzzer. It doesn't get any better.
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Doris Burke, Allie LaForce, and...
Before I had you right in some wounds. And I like some money tonight. And again, I can be. Yeah. I know, mommy, I know. It's 2 a.m., no stress. At 3, that kick in. And 30, you feel you best. I turn my whole spot to crucial. It's crucial the way I left. Upstairs is like a lure be the best. I'm looking at her and her son is turning to you. Now you start. My mind is a you, is there.
And out here getting loose, guys going through some drills. We're almost at welcome everyone. Let's get ready for some NBA basketball on 2K Sports with Greg Anthony. And you know, Greg, so often we talk about depth, but how important is it for these teams to possess it?
Yeah, especially with the amount of injuries we see happen every season. It's so critical that teams have players that are ready to step up and produce and really allow you to not have to change the way you play.
So here's Oklahoma City's starting group. The 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3, the small forward. Conley with it. He's picked up by Holmgren. Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
Not stopping that. Gobert is right around 100%.
Got a piece of it. It's stolen by Edwards. Pass to Randall. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Edwards passes to Randall, and Randall throws it down.
Randall with a great effort there, up and athletic and at the rim.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. And as outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to.
Edwards.
Look at that. Oh, my. What a huge flush by Edwards, showing off right now.
And the basket by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad. Just can make it so much easier for your teammate when you throw that lead pass that gets to him right on the money, whether that's on the run or in the shooting pocket.
The shot's good from Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander, fantastic concentration.
Timberwolves have gone 4 of 5 from the field so far. Edwards dishes to Gobert. And slam dunk by Gobert.
That is ferocious.
You said it. That was ferocious. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Dort. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. To the inside. Hartenstein. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
That is all timing right there. Just read him perfectly.
Here's Conley. Banked in off the glass.
And how about that move? Pat Conley adjusting around the contact to get the finish.
Edwards against Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Williams. Oh, good on the triple.
And even against defense as tight as that, you almost expect him to still bury those.
Edwards passes to Gobert. And the rebound goes to the Thunder. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run. I mean, even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
Let's take a moment, guys, to get your take on the scoring so far for the Timberwolves.
And, guys, they've done a great job feeding their bigs inside. They are just punishing the opposition in the paint.
So much good energy and flow tonight, and that has really come out of great ball movement. Guys have been open, and as soon as they get the ball. Yeah, undersized guys with athleticism do these kind of things, playing above the rim. Love to see him get up like that.
And he gets the bucket.
Well, Randall, when he has the ball in his hands, aware that there might be an open teammate, that time he found him.
Williams with a clean look, drills the three-pointer.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
Minnesota leading by 5. Here's Edwards, and Edwards with the stop.
He can take off from anywhere at any time. Edwards always a threat.
Pass to Caruso. Offline with his 3. Timberwolves have gone 8 of 10 shooting, coming out very strong. Randall kicks to DiVincenzo. To the paint. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. The overall game of Julius Randle is impressive. He's gritty. He is in there giving it breath. He is everything.
Yeah, Kevin, you think about that year where he averaged 24, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. I mean, the only other guys that did that were Will Chamberlain, Oscar Robertson, Larry Bird, Russell Westbrook, Jokic, Giannis. All of those guys won MVPs. That's a heck of a list.
Joe can't get it to go. Minnesota in the lead. 3-second difference between shot clock and game. To the left side wing. Randall passes to Alexander Walker. And now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander, the fast break chance. And that one is good.
And made possible by a heads-up play defensively at the other end.
DiVincenzo finds Randall. And here's Edwards from the arc. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves, bringing the quarter to a close with a 7. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And let's quickly break down the game we're watching with the Timberwolves, guys.
In that first period, they showed a willingness to make the extra pass.
So much unselfish play out there. The coaching staff has to be thrilled with that.
They've got Gobert. McDaniels is out there with Julius Randle. Then it's Conley, and it's Edwards in at the point. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Timberwolves. Conley with a wide-open look. They get the rebound. Randall kicks to McDaniels. Pass to Edwards. 6 on the shot clock. Gobert with it. He's guarded by Williams. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. Caruso with the steal. Conley grabs the miss. Timberwolves leading by 7. And we play through the first minute here in the second. 4 on the shot clock. Shot from the wing. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. Oh, and a fast break for Oklahoma City. And rejection by McDaniel. And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by McDaniel. Shoots. And again, no good by Oklahoma City. The Timberwolves shooting extremely well. 62% of the night to this point. In recent years, Brent, we've seen Oklahoma City turn into a contender simply by developing their own young talent.
Yeah, blocks on sticks, on bricks, on blocks, and that's what they've done. They have not signed a free agent, big-name guy. They built from within. They built an incredible roster by drafting well and fostering the growth of these young players, along with a coach who has given them a lot of belief. It's been pretty magical in OKC.
Here's Gobert. And it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with the rebound. Pass to Caruso. Down low, here's Williams. Gobert with the defensive effort.
Not going to see that very often. The defense in the vicinity, but still, he's not one to blow layups.
You know, when Rudy Gobert is down low, it strikes fear into the opponent. This is a guy who has led the league in blocks and rebounds at different times. Inside the paint, he is just a nightmare to battle against.
Looking at who's out there now for the Timberwolves. Reed comes in for Julius Randle. And Nikhil Alexander-Walker in for McDaniels. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Anthony Edwards is figuring things out. He said there's levels. My first few years, I looked for my shot and nothing else. I've learned that I can't win without my teammates and that I have to throw them the ball too. It's a team game. I know that now. Kevin, I know it too, so I'm throwing it back to you.
And you're the best teammate we could have. Thank you, David. Here's Hartenstein, the kick out to Williams. 5 to shoot. Back to Hartenstein. Over Gobert. Hartenstein can't get it to go.
The defense is tough as it comes right there. He's a hard man to deny when he gets the ball to the rim.
Edwards against Gilgeous-Alexander. Gobert, no good. Thunder trailing by 8. Williams from outside. Here's Dort. Hartenstein finds Williams. Holmgren wide open. And a great assist by Gilgeous-Alexander as that one goes in. Gilgeous-Alexander's got his 3rd assist on the night. Randall surveying the D. And the rejection by Holmgren.
Long 7-1 with that 7'6" wingspan. Holmgren can alter a block just about every shot in his vicinity.
Alexander Walker, he's checked in for Minnesota. Alex Caruso, he's checked in for the Thunder.
That's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Michael Conley. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
1:15 left to play here in the second quarter. Pass to Holmgren. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
And looking to get stronger, Holmgren fights through the bump. Tons of time for him to grow into that frame.
Conley against Caruso. And the rejection by Holmgren. And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here. Conley dishes to Randall. Conley against Caruso. Shot clock at 6. The Thunder pull it in. On the wing, Williams. Pass to Holmgren. Dort, left side. Some nice passing by Oklahoma City here. Williams gets the bucket.
Wanting to do whatever is good for the team on any given possession. That time, Dort playing unselfishly.
Here's Gobert. Now, Alexander Walker. 3-pointer, Randall. Not happening with that shot. He's put up 5 and made 2. Stolen. Inside. And stolen by Caruso. Here's Williams. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Timberwolves lead by 3. And we'll get it going after this from the Target Center.
23.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. You have to like what we're seeing from Anthony Edwards.
What a menace he was on defense through the first 2 quarters. Just disrupting everything.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he wanted to do out there. Everyone he guarded looked uncomfortable.
Here's who Mark Daigneault is going to put out there to start the second half. The 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3. The Thunder shooting their first shots from the free throw line tonight. Brent, there can't be any question now that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has arrived as an NBA superstar.
No doubt about it, Kevin. I mean, you finish in the top 3 of MVP voting. That is a stamp of approval. SGA, one of the more feared players in the game. and this guy is on his way.
For the lead, cranes it from beyond the arc. Gilgeous-Alexander's got the lead up to 2 now for the Thunder.
Love the focus here from SGA at the arc. He hates to waste those opportunities.
Edwards shooting fearlessly from the arc.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
And the foul called on Edwards. That'll be his second foul of the game. And a minute played as the second half gets going. Williams. A rebound by the Timberwolves. Right side, Conley. To the inside. And Gobert hits to Conley. On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. Edwards defending. Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. Well, Brent, we had to wait a year for it, but Chet Holmgren had an incredible rookie season.
And I don't think any talent evaluator is surprised at the way that Chet came in his first year and was able to contribute and sometimes dominate in the ways that he did. So coming back healthy, making that immediate impact, Chet Holmgren is going to be a superstar in this league.
It's tipped, stolen by George. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thank you very much. The Timberwolves have become a rough and rugged team. Swingman Jaden McDaniels said, "We don't let nobody push us around. We're always being physical defensively. I feel like we're a tough team, super tough." Kevin, they certainly have the size to hold their own.
Always being physical. But David, that's their identity. And we thank you for the report. And there's the call on Lou George. That is his first foul of the game. The Timberwolves making a switch here. Alexander Walker's checked in. Alex Caruso, he's checked in for the Thunder. To the middle. And finished off by Gobert.
Two teammates connecting right there. Slick feed.
Little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the third. Conley against Gilgeous-Alexander. That one is good. He's only missed one shot of his 6 taken on the floor.
This is what Gilgeous-Alexander does. He attacks you relentlessly.
Timberwolves trail by 3. Outside Edwards. To the paint. Here's Randall. Nice D from Williams. Thunder have gone 3 of 4 so far in the third quarter from the field. Pretty good start to the half. Gilgeous-Alexander can't get it to go. You know, Greg, when you look at the Timberwolves' history, the first round had been a problem for them. But not last year, as they swept the Phoenix Suns.
And you gotta look at it as being a tremendous success, right? Because going into the season, I don't know that anyone thought they would have made it to the conference finals. But boy, that young group gelled well together, and the sky's the limit for the future.
For 3, Williams gets the three-pointer to fall. Williams has got 9.
Yeah, here's a list of things I don't want to do, and right at the top is guard that guy.
To Alexander Walker. Gobert with the screen on Williams. To the inside. Outside Edwards. 5 on the clock. From 12 feet out. And he gets the jumper to drop. 11 points in the game.
Man, that's what they're looking for from Edwards. Scoring from all areas of the court, even mid-range, keeps the defense honest.
Dort against Edwards. Dort passes to Hartenstein. And now the Timberwolves on the break. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim. That's now 8 points for Conley.
And Conley, such a high IQ. When the mid-range opens up like that, he goes right up without hesitation.
Williams sends a screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. That one is good again. He's 6 for 8 from the floor with the basket.
Man, boy, he's really in a groove. Dominant performance last game. Same thing this time out.
Seems to be nobody standing in his way, no roadblocks for him to get to his spot, capitalize, and continue to be aggressive.
Randall, a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. Conley finds Randall. Good work there as it goes.
Great job of screening there. Nice job to take it to the rim and get the finish.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, guys, has been up. And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball. And how about the perfect delivery?
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you want to put on a canvas. Just beautiful basketball.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. Miller is out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Anthony Edwards. Then there's Reed. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point guard position. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. And we're going to have a jump ball. It's tied up there.
Awesome defense. Just outstanding effort to reach his big hands in there and just rip the ball away.
And now the fast. Whoa! Extra right there from Edwards.
Great work by Edwards to get up the court in a hurry and get himself a bucket. Can't let those fast break opportunities get away.
Joe can't get it to go.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Alexander Walker passes to Edwards. Timberwolves passing it around. Reed gets the bucket.
And guys, all about hard work from this point on. They've worked hard to create that high-quality shot and then able to knock it down.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. DiVincenzo with the rebound. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Minnesota.
I'm in love with how they're moving the basketball all game long, and also their ability to move without the ball. That style just makes it so difficult to defend.
Well, if we add another thing to it, it's about the urgency they've played with. I mean, you look at the eyes of these guys, they're focused, wanting to get up tempo, and that's helped them score on the fast break.
The Timberwolves making a change here. Mars is checked in. Joe Ingles is checked in for Minnesota.
Out of bounds. Oklahoma City ball.
Double team on Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams finds Gilgeous-Alexander. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. About a minute and a half through the fourth quarter now. Pass to Edwards. There's Anthony Edwards, the offensive rebound. The wide open look here for Ingles. Hands it from downtown. Ingles has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Up top, Gilgeous-Alexander. Over by Conley. Shot to stop the run. Reed with the block. Ingles with the ball. Now defended by Wiggins. Ingles passes to Edwards. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That will get him his fourth foul of the game.
And now only one away from being in the penalty.
And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Gobert checked in for Reed. Julius Randle comes in for Joe Ingles. And it's McDaniels in for Dante DiVincenzo. And then for Oklahoma City, Hartenstein's checked in for Williams. Chad Holmgren comes in for Aaron Wiggins. And Jalen Williams is subbed in for Alex Caruso. And that one's good. Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander coming through big time.
Conley scanning the floor. Outside Edwards. And Randall throws it down.
How about Randall? Dependable big in a big moment.
Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Dort. Misses the three.
And he didn't punt punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Edwards, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. That one on Holmgren. It's the first, and that increases their lead to 6.
And what you love about Edwards is how intense he is. Guy plays hard every minute he's on the floor. Job well done at the line on that possession. They'll make things a little easier on themselves if they can convert those.
A minute 42 left in the fourth quarter. Holmgren sets the screen for Dort. Back to Holmgren. And rejection by McDaniel. And now the fast break. Edwards with the ball. Good D by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And there hasn't been anything easy for him in this period.
No, I haven't seen him in comfortable spots, or at least spots we've seen in this offensive set that are allowing him to settle in.
Conley kicks to Edwards. The Timberwolves again can't hit. They're trailing by 7. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Now defended by Randall. Dort misses.
And even though he didn't get a piece of that shot, you love the pressure he puts on the shooter.
Yeah, that's the kind of energy that you want to see on every possession throughout the game.
And the one-hand slam just looks so pretty when it's in his hand and he's the one doing the slam.
Agreed. He is smooth as silk, even on a power finish. Pass to Holmgren. The shot's good. Gilgeous-Alexander making the play.
Oh, staying cool in a clutch moment. Holmgren not letting his inexperience get the best of him.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Personal foul. 15 foul.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a 7-point lead. And so both free throws are good, and it's an 8-point game. There's 38 seconds left in the game. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. No good, and he's missed half of his 14 field goal attempts. Outside, Edwards. Pass to McDaniels. Three-pointer. A three-pointer is right on target. McDaniels got the lead up to 11 now for the Timberwolves.
Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
Yeah, definitely putting a stamp on this one. A very, very decisive victory for the club tonight.
Here's Edwards. Randall from outside. That one, no good. And so the Timberwolves take the win. Even early on in this one, it seemed like, David, thank you as always. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For great
The buzz is building from the sport. Welcome all. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Grant 1. These teams have in common, they are great at rebounding the basketball.
Oh, yes, they are. I mean, it'll be a battle down low. Boxing out is vital. And second chance points may just decide this game.
And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
And here's the starting group for the New York Knicks. They've got Karl Anthony Towns. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's Josh Hart. And it's Anunoby in at the 3, the small forward.
What muscle on that finish. It's hard trying to prevent Tatum from converting.
Bridges passes to Anunoby. Back to Bridges. From the arc. Nails it from 3.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I caught up with Coach Joe Mazzulla, and it's no surprise that Jalen Brunson is at the top of the scouting report. Coach told me Jason is a 3-level scorer and a master of the pick and roll, and no matter what you do, you can't speed him up. He's going to read the defense, play at his pace, and try to pick you apart. It's always a chess match against Brunson, guys.
And Allie, thank you for that. Well, Richard, he's the Iron Man of the NBA right now. Mikal Bridges takes pride in being available on a nightly basis.
We've all heard it before. The best ability is availability. And Bridges does whatever it takes to not miss games. More teams need to take this mindset.
Hart from long range. Boston pulls it in. There's Tatum with the 3. Drains the triple. Tatum's got 5.
Every time Tatum finds his shot, he'll take it. He loves to fill it up from range.
It's Hart on the wing. Back to Brunson. It's stolen by Holiday. Fast break. Here come the Celtics. And Holiday powers it home.
And striking without warning. Holiday can be so sudden.
And Porzingis with the block. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Knicks will retain possession. And about 2 minutes into the first quarter here. Bridges passes to Brunson. Towns a screen on Holiday. Here's Brunson outside. He buries it from 3.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
Left side Porzingis. Tatum passes to Holiday. Trying to come right back with a 3 of his own, but it's no good. Here's Brunson outside. Brunson missing again.
And that's a strong closeout defensively. Great effort to deter the shot.
Holiday from long range. That one misses. He's 1 for 3. New York trailing. It's a 3-on-3 fast break. Anunoby finds Towns. And down it goes. 2 points.
And he is a force in the paint. Towns is such a huge presence inside for them.
3-pointer Holiday gets the 3 to fall. 5 points in the game.
He can really stroke it from deep. You have to keep better tabs on him.
Pass to Hart. Bridges left side. Anunoby on the wing. Outside Brunson. And here's Anunoby. Just 5 to shoot. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. From deep 3-point land. Boston pulls it in. Outside Tatum. And Anunoby pulls it down.
With the defense absent, that was a great opportunity, but no go.
Anunoby on the wing. Back to Hart. From outside the arc. He's off on that one.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Here's Brown. Oh, misses the dunk.
Why? Just why? Come on, man. Save that one for practice.
Brunson passes to Bridges. Towns a screen on Brown. Here's Bridges. Rebounded by the Celtics. Porzingis has got his 4th rebound in this one. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul of the game.
He didn't have his feet planted.
Al Horford's checked in for Boston. Achua's checked in for New York. McBride comes in for Mikal Bridges. Holiday against Brunson. Pass to Brown. There's 25 seconds left in the first. Going inside. And it's New York with a rebound. Hart's got 4 rebounds now. Outside McBride. Achua with it. Back to McBride. And here's Brunson from the arc. Well, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Celtics out in front, leading by just 2. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And for the Celtics here, guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
It's simple. The main takeaway from the first quarter is they're winning this game with defense.
Making it as difficult as possible for the offense to find clean looks. Great stuff.
So on the floor for New York, they've got Precious Achua. Miles McBride is out there with Cameron Payne. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Robinson in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And it's Tatum missing.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Boston foul. Peyton Pritchard.
Anunoby, he's checked in for New York.
First team foul. Checking in for the Knicks. Number 8, OG.
Up top, Bridges. Outside Anunoby. Oh, great D that time from Craig.
There wasn't a lot of resistance there at that rim. He just tricked off a little bunny.
And it's Tatum missing.
They just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Robinson finds Bridges. Back to Robinson. Nails the baby hook.
The defense got crossed up, and Bridges takes advantage with that pass.
Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
Drops in the 3.
That's a guy you want taking shots, a quality offensive player.
McBride passes to Robinson. Achua with a screen on Horford. To the middle. Craig with a steal. Here's Hauser. Good, and it's Horford who picks up the assist. And now a 3-point Boston lead.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian, a key concept preached by Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla and reiterated by Jaylen Brown. He says it's reading the game, realizing fast, but playing slow. We're the more talented team, he said. We have to be the smarter team as well. And when we do that, we're going to be tough to beat. Brian?
Well, they certainly have been, Allie. Thanks for that. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Boston. Drew Holiday comes in for Craig. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Karl Anthony Towns has checked in for Robinson. And some changes here for the Celtics. Brown comes in for Hauser. And it's White in for Pritchard. Brunson is checked in for New York. Knicks trail by 3. Bridges feeling it out a little bit. Pass to Brunson. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes legal guarding position would help players and officials.
New York has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Brunson. McBride, he's checked in for Mikal Bridges. Holiday against Anunoby. The shot by Holiday, no good. The Knicks have gone 2 of 4 here in the second quarter. Brunson shoots inside. Here's the three. Boston pulls it in.
And he continues to cast away, but the results just haven't been there tonight.
Count that one.
And I really like Holiday's shot selection. It's fun watching him measure defenses and catch them off guard.
McBride passes to Anunoby. And the Knicks miss again. The Celtics on offense. They've gone on an 8-0 run. White for three. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
Not just being selfless, but also smart with the ball. Brown is able to find the best guy for the right shot.
Achua against Tatum. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to maybe even get the steal, but I agree. He still got a good outcome.
Al Horford's checked in for Jason Tatum. And a switch here also for New York. Robinson's checked in.
Yeah, they just can't seem to end the drought no matter where they shoot it from.
This is snowballing for them. They've got to get a good look next time down.
And Horford powers it home.
You can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
Yeah, but they can't relax. They've got to keep building on this lead because it is not safe.
The kick out to Brunson. Pass to Anunoby. Lets it go. New York again can't hit.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
Yeah, right now, he's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
Porzingis sets a screen. Holiday passes to Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Great body control by Porzingis. He sets a good pick and then rolls right into a scoring position.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Brunson against Holiday. That's good from Robinson on the assist from Brunson. Robinson's got 4 points now in the quarter. Three-pointer, Holiday. Towns with a rebound. Outside Robinson. Shoots over Horford. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And so it's the Boston Celtics ending the quarter. Okay, Allie, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. One of the stories here, Jason Tatum. Man, is he getting it done today?
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1, with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at center, filling out the middle. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half. Tatum with a screen. Holiday passes to Tatum. No good on the triple.
And he might have thrown himself off when he saw how much space he had from 3.
Brunson surveys. High post Towns. Brunson against Holiday. Shot clock at 5. And it's Towns with the power finish.
It's so nice to see Towns use his high basketball IQ to dominate in pick and rolls. It seems like he always makes the right read in that situation.
Holiday passes to Brown. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday.
Hey, but D's got to be better. I mean, that's a high-quality look for him.
Towns a screen on Holiday. And here's Brunson from the arc. And again, New York with the triple.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
With the teardrop. Brown finds White. Holiday against Brunson. The kick to Tatum. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
Knicks ball.
Knicks trail by 5. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Here's Brunson outside. And he can't get that one. Boston's gone 6 of 14 from the perimeter tonight. The shot by Holiday, no good. New York has gone 2 of 3 from outside so far in the third quarter. Pass to Brunson. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Pritchard's checked in for White.
First team foul. Coming onto the floor for the Celtics, number 811, Peyton Pritchard.
Outside Anunoby. 6 to shoot. It's hard on the wing. It's stolen by Tatum. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Well, after some down years in Dallas, Kristaps Porzingis said, I really checked myself. From that point on, I started building my game back up. Sometimes when you're younger, your physical abilities might already be there, but your mental is not. Once that all clicks, that's when you've got something.
Well, it's a good way to think of it. Thanks, Allie. Pass to Tatum. Right around 3 minutes into this second half. Good. Tatum's got 10.
See, this is what makes him complete. Tatum doesn't settle. Puts the ball on the floor, uses his length to finish.
Towns finds Brunson. Outside Hart. Back to Brunson. A minute 42 left in the third quarter. Off with the layup. Pass to Brown. Now here's Tatum. Hey, strong move, Tatum.
The efficiency from Tatum on the offensive end is terrific, not letting any scoring chances pass him by.
Hart goes in. It's Bridges on the wing. Here's Brunson. Tatum with a steal. 1:07 left to play in the third. Pritchard, no good.
Just enough resistance to force the miss. Barely. That's one he'll generally make.
Here's Towns. Up and in with the jumper near the hoop. 6 points for him.
Look at Towns asserting himself inside. He knows he can muscle his way to a shot anytime.
Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. New York shooting their first foul shot of the night. And Boston with some changes. Cornette's checked in for Porzingis. Al Horford comes in for Tatum. And it's Hauser in for Holiday. Outside Brunson to the inside. Here's Robinson. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Robinson's got his third basket on the night right there.
Assertive move. You can tell the game's heating up a bit.
There's the three. Drills it from deep. And the Celtics lead by 9.
And he's shooting it at an efficient clip, but he needs to keep looking to score. It's what his team relies on him to do.
Pass to McBride. Here's Brunson. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. Here's Brown. Oh, look at Brown. Banging inside.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can.
And so it's Boston closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. They've done well to disrupt the opposition, playing inspired defense. We'll be right back. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
That wasn't a better pass in the game, almost like he had a sixth sense.
Josh Hart.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. And on the floor for New York here in the fourth, we've got Campaign. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Precious Achua. Then there's Miles McBride, and it's Anunoby in at the small forward position.
I'd like to see them run more plays for him. Maybe something in motion to make it harder for the defense to deny the ball.
Got a piece of it, and here we go. The Knicks in transition. And Brunson running the floor.
And lightning quick there. I mean, Jalen Brunson out on the break. A thing to watch.
Count the basket.
It's nice to see they're not settling for three-pointers. These guys are putting in the work inside.
Fourth quarter just getting started. 1 minute in the books. And Brunson gets it to go.
The lefty getting it to go. Jalen Brunson once again.
Tatum against Bridges. Tatum drops the hammer.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. And out of bounds. The Celtics will take it. Boston making a switch here. Holiday is checked in.
Number 4, Drew Holiday.
And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Second personal foul. Second team foul.
Outside Holiday. Three-pointer off the mark.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
Here's the break. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That'll be a second foul of the game.
They're having a hard time with fouls. It's still early, but one more and they'll be over the limit.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Hard against Tatum.
Derek White.
We talk about Tatum's offense, and for good reason, but his play on the defensive end is really valuable for this team.
And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Boston.
They have found a lot of success in transition, running at every opportunity and getting points before the defense can get set.
Well, another area they've been productive is off of turnovers, scoring many times after forcing the ball out of their opponent's hands.
Celtics lead by 10. Holiday from long range sinks the tray.
And you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to them at all times.
And the lack of defensive pressure on shots like that is a big reason they're down by double digits.
First team foul.
Here's Brunson. Brunson! So confident at the rim.
Brunson doesn't fear going in amongst the trees. Remarkable poise there inside.
Holiday with the ball, and it's Brunson picking him up. Porzingis misses. Knicks trail by 11. Towns passes to Brunson. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. Brunson's got 9 points in the quarter.
And no matter how the D's coming at him tonight, Brunson has adapted. And that's what great scorers do. They figure it out.
Here's Tatum. And it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns. Towns has got his 7th rebound here tonight. To the paint. It's stolen by Holiday. Here's Brown. Oh, look at Brown fighting through contact.
That was good defense, but Brown, he's just too good and just continues all the way through.
And the foul called on Kristaps Porzingis. That's his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Here's Brunson. Pass to Anunoby. Towns with the ball. A minute 37 left in the fourth quarter. The layup misses.
Next foul. Josh Hart. First personal foul. 15
That's good from Holiday.
You know, one thing you got to love about Drew Holiday is he's a true two-way player in this league. He puts in a lot of work to make a big impact on both sides of the floor.
Bridges finds Towns. Back to Bridges. Outside Brunson. From downtown. Boston with a rebound. Porzingis has got rebound number 8 here already in the game. Brown passes to Porzingis, and it's a defensive 3-second violation. And he shows the focus there, nails the tee. Drive by Tatum, and count that. 2 points and a chance for one more at the line.
They came out and had a statement win with their performance tonight. A fantastic effort to get it done here for the Celtics.
The coaching staff has to be happy with the way they've limited their turnovers here.
Yeah, B.A., that's hashtag facts. Just tremendous patience and self-control.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Jason Tatum.
Oh, he was at the center of everything that happened in this game. His energy was felt throughout the building, and his impact, well, it was incredible.
Got a piece of it, and they turn it over. Shot clock violation as the buzzer sounds. Got a line change here for Boston.
Substitution on the court.
There's 45 seconds left in the final quarter. That's to Shireman. The 3. Knocks it down from distance. And the Celtics lead by 20.
Hey, guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game. Saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
The 3. And they'll get another chance. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. 3-pointer, no good. Here's Dadier. To stop the run. Misses the shot. So we see the Celtics taking the W here. Well, this might not have been the most competitive game we've ever seen, but you've got to appreciate their masterful performance.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to 2K Sports. And both teams here love to get out and run the floor.
Oh, yeah, this pace is going to be incredible. Our heads will literally be on a swivel tonight, Kevin, and we're going to see a lot of plays in transition and maybe a lot of turnovers as well.
Well, we're buckled in either way. Look at the 76ers starting group. Oubre out there with Paul George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. Then it's Joel Embiid. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. Now here's Embiid. Porzingis with the rebound.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on him.
Oh, and the jam by Tatum.
I tell you what, don't sleep on Tatum. He has some ups. And I love seeing him trying to electrify the crowd.
Philadelphia with the ball, following the bucket by the Celtics. That one falls.
And just using the natural advantage he has, he can see over the top of the defense.
Yeah, there's not much else the defender can do there.
Now here is Holiday over Maxey. The shot by Holiday, no good.
Well, that one should be in his wheelhouse, but just off the mark.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels him.
Here's Tatum after the Sixers pick up 2. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Embiid. Now we'll go to David Aldridge, who had a chance to visit with head coach Joe Mazzulla.
And their biggest concern, of course, it's figuring out a way to guard Joel Embiid. Coach said Embiid presents all types of issues. He can post you up, knock down the 3. We'll have to send multiple bodies at Embiid to keep him in check. We'll see how they try to defend him. It won't be straight up. Guys?
Thanks, David. And Derek White picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Grimes passes to George. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Porzingis with the block.
And just fast off the floor to challenge shots. Porzingis, this helps him get a lot of blocks like that one.
For Boston, they've gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Porzingis sets the pick for Brown. No good from outside.
That's what the defense has to do. Make that shot as uncomfortable for him as possible.
This team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey, but Greg, he's lived up to it.
And has grown very well into his role with the team. Shown that he can be a scorer all over the floor. Amazing to think how far he's come in such a short amount of time.
Now, here's Maxey. Driving the lane. Grimes passes to Maxey. And he hits it to tie the game up.
Maxey.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
Tatum with it. Now defended by Oubre. The kick out to Tatum. Six on the shot clock. Fires for 3. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Maxey on the wing. And the foul on Drew Holiday. That's his first foul.
And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Now Horford's checked in for Jason Tatum. Yabusele, he's checked in for the 76ers. Here's Grimes. No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. Brown wide open, he fires. Boston again missing. Philadelphia shooting in this first quarter around 38%. They're looking a bit freaky out there.
Nice read by Maxey. Sees it, hits it, done.
Outside Holiday. Oubre pulls it in. 76ers have gone 4 for 9 from the field to start this game off. Oh, and here comes Holiday all alone. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
Clearly a foul.
It's his first trip to the line.
And last season's numbers show him at about an 80% clip, which is far better than most.
And one of the most respected players in the NBA is Drew Holiday.
Yeah, Kevin, he's a 3-time Teammate of the Year award winner. He's also a Sportsmanship Award winner. He is a pro's pro.
Looking at who's out there now for the Celtics. Hauser's checked in, and it's Pritchard in for Derek White.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Celtics trail by 4. Pritchard passes to Hauser. From outside the arc. A shot by Pritchard, no good.
Well, you like the competitive mindset there, trying to answer right back. It just didn't fall.
Boston has gone a meager 1 of 6 from three-point land since we got started tonight. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Yeah, credit Holiday for getting to the line on that one with his quickness and command. I'd like to see him do that more often.
And what about the evolution of Tyrese Maxey? Greg, according to him, he's just getting started.
Well, Kevin, I'd have to agree. I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill with James Harden leaving, but each year this guy has just gotten better. And not only has he matched Harden's production in Philadelphia, I think he's exceeded it.
And Boston has possession. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. There's 18 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Here's Butler. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
Pritchard passes to Tatum. Shoots over Embiid. That one off the back iron and out. And so it's Philadelphia with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. They've set the tone. They love their tempo. They're going to be very... And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And guys, what's your take so far on Philadelphia?
Aggressive at running guys to the backboard. You could tell it was part of their game plan coming in.
Yeah, we're not surprised by this. These guys work hard and they are physical.
We've got Tatum. Horford is out there with Torrey Craig. And it's Pritchard in at the point. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Philadelphia leading by 6. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Alden. David.
Kevin, the Celtics can beat you in a number of ways. Point guard Drew Holiday said, "We can play small and big. We have great bench players who come in and change the game at any time and could start on other teams. And we have a hunger." Kevin, they're going to be a problem for a long time.
Agreed. They are stacked, DA, for sure.
Watch out. Tatum's going to stretch the defense all over the place if he's knocking down threes from the corner.
Here's Embiid. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. That one on Horford. Well, there's a lot of emphasis on three-point shooting, Greg. What's your opinion of that?
Well, Kevin, stretching the D isn't just about how far out they have to defend. It's the distance between that and how far in you have to defend. That's why analytics favors shots at the rim and from distance.
Tatum kicks to Craig. Good. It's Tatum picking up the assist. Craig's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Well, it's a 3-point shooting league. Guys like him are so important for spacing.
Here's Pritchard, defended by Butler. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen from Philadelphia?
Well, their game plan has been very effective so far. They're working the ball inside, putting constant pressure on the defense.
And also, given the game is more fast-paced nowadays, I like the way they've capitalized in transition, keeping their foot on the gas.
The Celtics making a switch here. Cornette's checked in.
Come on. Joel Embiid. I mean, 7-footers are not supposed to shoot like that.
Tatum looking around. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Philadelphia leading by 4. Embiid dishes to Butler. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Nice time from Embiid.
The big man showing off his vision there.
Outside Tatum. Inside Tatum.
Yeah, heads up aggressive play right there. Saw the smaller man on him and took it straight to the basket.
And then as he enters his prime, Jason Tatum is shooting to become the face of the NBA.
Yeah, and Kevin, he knows winning is the key. For a star player on a great team, learning that balance, when to take over and when to set up your teammates is a big part of it.
And there's the foul. It's on Peyton Pritchard. That's his first foul. And some changes here for the Celtics. Porzingis is checked in for Luke Cornett. And it's Drew Holiday in for Torrey Craig. Philadelphia also making some changes. Oubre comes in for Eric Gordon. And it's Quentin Grimes in for Butler.
Well, no question, Joel Embiid is page 1 on the scouting report. Maybe page 2 and 3 as well. He is a handful. And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
And but look at the basket guy still shaking.
Putting that pass right in his stride. Didn't have to slow up and was able to complete the play.
And the shot goes in from Kristaps Porzingis.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
And the shot goes down. McCain's got his first basket of the night.
I'm not sure who was supposed to be on him that possession. I mean, apparently neither did the defenders.
Here's Hauser. From outside, off the mark. And they blow the whistle for a foul. He was trying to disrupt the fast break opportunity. The 76ers have yet to miss from the free throw line. They're 3 for 3.
At the line for the 76ers.
Better than most centers from the line. Indeed, exceptional with his hands.
Both teams will make substitutions. Philadelphia leading by 9. Pass to Grimes. They set the screen. Here's George. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And here's White. Paul George with the steal. Oubre with it. Out guarded by Porzingis.
Any chance you get, you want to put yourself in a position to succeed. And that's what he did there.
Well, converting on those transition opportunities is just so important.
And he gets it back. Porzingis kicks to White. Brown the pass to White. Just 5 on the clock. And it's Brown missing. And the 76ers with possession. They're on a 17-7 run. George finds Oubre.
A powerful finisher. Oubre Jr. You deserve to get dunked on when you let him get inside.
Holiday looking for an opening. 23 seconds left in the first half. Really left alone that time. And that's now 9 points for Porzingis.
The reflexes on Porzingis can surprise you. For a big, he plays with great witness. The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
Well, that's too easy. As he says, let me add to my highlight reel.
A wide open look here for Porzingis. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Porzingis has got 12 points in the game. Up in time. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. A big-time effort for Joel Embiid, providing a lot of energy. Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court drums. Their measurement on the shot. Oh, so close, so close. One more time, a round of applause for our contestant.
And for those of you just tuning in, thanks for being with us. The second half of this game still to play. Joel Embiid has been sensational.
Yeah, the passing he brings to the table on full display through the first 2 quarters.
Well, it's nothing new for him. They are at their best when he's setting the table like that.
And on the floor for Nick Nurse as we get into the second half. We've got Joel Embiid. George is out there with Oubre. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2. Boston needs to get off a shot. A 3 from Tatum. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Maxey on the wing. Here's Oubre. Some solid defense from Brown. Celtics trail by 10. Here's Porzingis. And that's out of bounds. Boston will retain possession.
Boston ball.
Philadelphia on D. 13 points was their biggest lead in the game. Here's Tatum. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. We've got some talented defensive big men in the league today, Coach. But in your opinion, who would you say is the best rim protector?
Well, Kevin, I would have said Rudy Gobert because people didn't even want to go to the rim and challenge him. Right. Anthony Davis is great. But I'm telling you, the young guy, Victor Wembanyama, I think is the best we've got now.
Isn't he something else, Dan? We've never seen anything like him.
We never have, and I'm not sure we ever will again. Well, he is desperately trying to get something going, but this has not been his night. They need to consider making an adjustment.
Embiid with a screen on Brown. Back to Embiid. In the corner, it's Oubre. Off target from three-point range.
Well, this was his shot to miss, honestly. Poor coverage, good setup. He just couldn't knock it down.
And how about the burst there of speed from Holiday on the drive, sipping in before the knee can rotate.
Count it, good.
Man, just adding insult to injury. He just waltzes inside and extends this lead.
Well, it's not going to get any easier if they can't improve their defensive intensity. They got to show some fight.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thanks. Well, there's plenty of scorers on the Celtics, but Jason Tatum says, I'm going to get my shots. It's just about trusting the process. From experience, I understand that I'm good enough that I can relax and defer a little bit. Then in the fourth, I can score 20 in the quarter. Kevin, it sounds like he's figured it all out.
Thank you so much. You know, he can take over at any time. It's fun to watch. DA, we thank you for that. Maxey against Holiday. Here's Embiid. It's rebounded by Drew Holiday. Celtics trail by 9. White dishes to Holiday. And stolen by Maxey. Oubre inside the three-point line. Hits the jumper in space. And it's 8 points for Kelly Oubre. Pass to Tatum. Fires the 3. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time.
This is why Tatum is a volume three-point shooter, because he knows how accurate he can be.
Boston's gone 2 of 5 with the three-point shot since coming out of the break. And Holiday kicks to White. The 3 from Tatum. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Inside, here's Oubre. And finished off by Oubre.
Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
Yeah, when you're moving the ball like that, it just keeps everyone engaged in the game.
The 76ers leading by 10. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. That one is on Holiday.
We know how good Embiid is at drawing fouls, especially in the painted area. He welcomes the contact. And that's another area where he is just a superb player, excellent at the free throw line.
Picked by Horford. For 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Busele's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Kept alive. The big man Embiid converts inside.
just knows where to go. Embiid positioning himself perfectly to get the putback.
Three-pointer, Horford. Boston again missing. The 76ers have gone a solid 6 of 11 when shooting here in the third quarter. Pass to Yabusele. Here's Embiid. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And how about the poise from Embiid? Gets fouled, but stays with the shot and able to get that one in the air.
2 shots.
Good on the second free throw. There's 21 seconds left to play in the third. Here's Brown. Brown jams it in.
Well, check out Brown getting flashy. That'll get him fired up.
A nice shot by Embiid.
Love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers finding a 15-point lead at the end of the quarter. What a night they've had in terms of their shooting. Everything dropping in for them. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammate.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. They've got Torrey Craig. He's out there with Horford. And it's Tatum in at the shooting guard position. That's the Boston 5. Back to Craig. Out to the right wing. Hauser the pass to Pritchard. No good on the 3. The 76ers leading by 15. That's a 2 from Butler. Quick shot there, and it's off target.
That was a good look from the mid-range. He'd like to have that one back.
Right side Tatum. Oh, and the jam by Tatum.
And the defense hates to see it. Tatum putting on a little bit of a show with that jam.
Embiid from outside. Good, and Butler gets the assist. Butler's got 3 assists now in this one.
He is cold-blooded. Drops the dagger. Piles on to what was already a big lead.
And defensively, that kind of effort is just not going to cut it.
And the 76ers making a change here. Grimes is checked in. Embiid in the corner. Here's the teardrop. It's hauled in by Cornette. And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for Boston. They trail by 16. Pass to Cornette. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Abusele's got his 5th rebound in this one. It's picked off. Here's Shireman. It's the 3 from the wing. Shireman's got his first 3 points of the game.
An elite distributor for a pick man. Horford is the kind of guy you want to play basketball with.
The shot by Butler, nobody around. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. Pass to Cornette. Horford in the post. That one goes in. Horford's got his first points of the night.
And inside the paint really is where Horford goes to work. Still athletic enough and really makes it look easy.
Well, he's getting all he can offensively and making the most of it.
Tatum on the wing. Emphatic finish by Tatum.
And it's going to take more than that to stop Tatum. A wing who can score in so many different ways.
Jacks up a 3. And Shireman pulls it down. Celtics trail by 11. Pritchard passes to Tatum. Beyond the arc. Offensive rebound. Pass to Pritchard. From the arc. Traps in the tray.
And they have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
Here's Yabusele. Philadelphia moving the ball around. Here's Embiid. Boston grabs the miss. Here's the Celtics with the ball. They've gone on a 10-2 run, not allowing much. And that one, good. Tatum's got 11 in the second half.
And you've got to love the energy right now. They got hot when they absolutely had to.
Well, you love their execution to get back in it. This game's very much in reach for them.
Good on the first, and that makes it a 7-point lead. Paul George is checked in for Philadelphia. Maxey comes in for Butler. Austin's gotten off 4 3-pointers in the final quarter, and 2 of them have fallen. Here's Holiday. Lays it up off the glass.
Oh, a nifty finisher. You didn't think Holiday would back down inside, did you?
Holiday against Maxey. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. That's on Jaylen Brown.
And really the defense fouling there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
Kelly Oubre's checked in for Yabusele. So it gets them both, and it's an 8-point game. The Celtics shooting in this game, 45%. Brown. George with the defensive effort.
Excellent coverage defensively, making it hard on him.
And it's Jason Tatum with the foul. So that will be his second foul of the game. We're in the bonus. We'll go to the line to shoot 2. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the 76ers?
Well, they've clearly been focused on getting the ball inside. And up to this point, the defense has not had an answer.
And also, guys, they've been showing how dangerous they are in the open floor. When they see a chance to get easy points, boy, they just jump at it. And we'll just watch the clock wind down, guys, in what will turn out to be a win here for the 76ers.
Well, the one thing that jumps out in this game is the free throw shooting, which they did a much better job at.
Absolutely. A big plus. And oftentimes your performance at the line can be the difference in a game. And I think tonight we saw that.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys. And looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Joel Embiid.
Well, that work he's shown on the glass has been spectacular. You love to see that as a coach. Great composure there. Calmly knocks them down to put this game out of reach.
Guys, they can just sit on the ball here if they want to.
They have earned this win. Guys, just go ahead and call this one. It's over.
Yeah, time is not on their side. The score is not on their side. Nothing you can do.
At the line for 2, Kristaps Porzingis.
That's good, going 1 of 2 from the line, and that brings them within single digits. Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Oh, great feed by Lowry. He'd rather pick up an assist than score a bucket.
Lets the 3 fly. Pulls up. The shot that time, not on target. So the 76ers win it. A solid win. Thank you, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So for Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, I'm Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the NBA on 2K Sports. So long and good.
dropped the top on the 6th Street. Fly in my ops, didn't envy me. Passing it off like
And now,
Well, both of these teams are known for their scoring, Clark.
For sure, and we could actually just unplug the shot clock. Come on now. There's not going to be anywhere close to a shot clock violation in this one. This one's going to be entertaining and fun for all of us.
Now let's take a look at the Bucks opening lineup. Inside we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position. Now here's Holiday. Pass to Brown. Now Porzingis. Outside Tatum. 6 on the shot clock. Uses the glass on the layup.
We know Tatum's got a terrific jumper. But I like when he pounds that paint, too.
Holiday against Lillard. Now here's Antetokounmpo. Lillard looking around. And it's Antetokounmpo with a miss.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
Well, Clark, this Bucks roster is loaded with veteran talent, but their window for another run won't last long.
No, those windows don't last forever, especially with so many young teams around the league on the ascent. The Bucks may want to take a page from them and give some of their younger players a chance to grow and contribute.
That one's good for 2. Antetokounmpo has gotten his second bucket on the night.
When you look at the long strides and athleticism of Antetokounmpo, he gets coming at that goal. It's hard to stop him.
Now here's White. Pass to Porzingis. He shoots. Gets the jumper from the corner to fall.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. The rebound, Celtics. Holiday passes to Tatum. Here he goes. And then Tatum slams it in.
An athletic forward who dunks it with style. Showing off his dunking ability right there.
For 3, here's Lillard. Connects from downtown.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Here's Prince. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Jacks up a 3. Tatum pulls it in.
Boy, they dodged one there, guys. I mean, he got the wide open look that he wanted, just didn't knock it down.
Outside Holiday. The 3 is up. Rebounded by Kuzma.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Poke loose. White with a steal. Now the Celtics on the move. Here's Porzingis. That one no good. Milwaukee in the lead.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Lillard with the ball. Now guarded by Brown to the left wing. Lillard against Tatum. Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Once Giannis gets that close to the rim, you know that he'll do everything he can to make the finish happen.
Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
Now here's Lillard. A minute 22 left in the first quarter here. To the middle. Here's Lopez. Boston pulls it in. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Brian, with the Bucks switching coaches midway through last season, Doc Rivers' experience with starting rosters, he said, quote, I resist thinking that you can't coach players. I have no problem holding them accountable. If you don't do it, you're not going to win. Brian, the pressure's on to get it done.
The burden of expectations. It's title or bust. Thanks, Allie. So it's Boston now. The Bucks getting their last shot to go. Antetokounmpo with it. Guarded now by Holiday. From 7 feet away. And no problem from Antetokounmpo as he finishes at the rim. Antetokounmpo has got 8.
Good luck against Giannis in the paint. Get out of the way is probably your best option.
Pass to Tatum. White on the wing. That three's off the mark. The Bucks have got 6 of 10 attempts to fall. Here's Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Well, that's good work by Prince there, spotting the open man and then putting the ball on target on time, right in the shooting pocket.
Now Tatum. Outside, Brown. Boston again missing. 4 seconds left. It's good. Lillard's got his 3rd basket of the night.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for Milwaukee. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from the Bucks. Guys?
You can really see the strategy coming in. Get the ball into the painted area.
Yeah, and it's worked. They've got a clear edge and points in the paint. Now we'll see if they go with a more balanced attack or just keep on pounding it inside.
On the court for Milwaukee here in the second. Giannis plays the 4 with Portis in its center. Gary Trent is out there with Kevin Porter. And it's Green in at the small forward. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis' career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't a bad attitude. He just lacked an edge. The ruthless mindset that all great players have. But, man, once he got that edge, he never lost it.
Well, Clark, we all continue to be amazed by Giannis. What do you like most about his game?
I just think his passion and energy and relentless effort, he gives it to you every time he steps between the line. You get the sense he's not taking any plays off, and he's trying his very best, and that's an endearing quality and something I've really admired about his game throughout his career.
Now here's Porter. Craig with a steal. Tatum to the rack. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Porter looks it over. Down low. It's tipped. Antetokounmpo. Another basket. He's now 6 for 7 in the contest.
It's been Giannis's night. His points have come in a variety of ways, and as usual, he has been relentless.
That's good from Craig on the assist from Tatum. Craig's gotten his first points in this one.
Outstanding distribution there. I mean, what impressive passing ability.
Porter, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Against contact. Giannis stays strong.
Boy, the added work in the weight room for Giannis coming into play there. I mean, you got to send an army to try to stop this guy.
Craig against Antetokounmpo. Back to Pritchard. Pass to Hauser. Horford, right side. Craig on the wing. 4 on the clock. Offline with a 3.
That's excellent defense right there on the perimeter.
Oh, he's a menace in the paint. Antetokounmpo.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
You know, that's how it goes with him. I mean, those hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
Trent, the pass to Porter. Knocks down the triple. Porter's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Well, Clark, playing time is so difficult to come by. So what's the best way to stay ready if you're on the end of the bench?
Yeah, that's a good question, B. I never experienced that as a starter in the short career that I had in the NBA. With all the travel, I think you just got to make a commitment to get in the extra work between the few practices that you have. So it's really being self-motivated as an individual to be professional and anticipate that you're going to be ready if your number's called.
Here's Hauser. The Bucks getting their last shot to go. Back to Horford. And Horford powers it home.
Now Horford showing you that he knows a little bit about elevation. Big fella bouncing to the rack.
Here's Trent on the take. Can't hit. 1 for 2 now. Celtics trail by 10. Craig passes to Hauser. Tatum with it. 1:37 left in the first half. Pass to Hauser. Here's Pritchard, defended by Portis. Here's Hauser. Fires in the triple. Hauser's got 6.
Defensively, there was a lack of aggressiveness, and it really made it easy for him to knock that shot down.
Portis, count it.
This is Portis in his comfort zone, scoring deep inside.
1:11 left in the second quarter. Outside Tatum. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. It's going to be on Bobby Portis.
The officials were right on top of that.
Clearly a foul. I mean, didn't give him any choice but to blow the whistle. I mean, you got to play without fouling.
And the Bucks making a change here. Brooke Lopez is checked in for Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Green. Prince is checked in for Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Porter Jr. Now here's Lillard. 7 points in the game. The 3-ball. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Holiday passes to Tatum. The kick out to White. Tatum feeling it out a bit. White finds Brown. The 3-pointer off the mark. Milwaukee leading by 7. Kuzma with the ball. Now guarded by White. And Kuzma the bucket on the assist from Prince.
You got to keep Kuzma in front of you, especially in transition. Once he gets behind you, it's done.
Oh, he really fought for that one. Battling through contact to complete the play.
Incredible body control right there. Don't know how he was able to get that one to go. Sure was a thing of beauty to watch.
Lillard outside. This one for 3. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Holiday. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And we've reached halftime in this one. Milwaukee out in front. Appreciate it, Allie. And we'll be coming right back after this break. Ready for the third quarter. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. It's been a clinic out there by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body.
Whoa! Brown with a huge slam!
Brown with that amazing athleticism, putting on a show out there with jams like that.
Kuzma. That shot off the mark. Nice D from Tatum. Celtics trail by 4. Porzingis with a screen on Lillard. Here's Tatum. Rejected by Antetokounmpo. Oh, got a piece of it. Leaps for it, and that's out of bounds. Milwaukee will retain possession. Now here's Lillard. He has 7. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Damian Lillard last season becoming the 51st NBA player ever to cross the 20,000-point threshold and the 17th fastest to ever do it. He said it's a great accomplishment and a rare space to be in. I'm like, man, I might be able to get 27 or 28,000 if I can stay healthy. Ryan, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, me either. Thanks, Allie. Tatum, a screen on Lillard. Back to Tatum. With the drive. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Cannot let Tatum roll to the bucket. When he's got a head of steam, he's going to finish with power.
Lillard against Holiday. Oh, great work by Lillard in the paint.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
And it's Holiday with the ball for Boston. 4-point game. Tatum, a screen on Lillard. On the wing, Tatum. Good D by Antetokounmpo.
Ooh, old school right there. No easy buckets.
They double him with Brown. And a bit of a battle for the ball. And the official officials signal a jump ball here. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Prince. Back to Antetokounmpo. Just 5 on the clock. Kuzma down low. Pounded by Tatum. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Pritchard's checked in for Boston. Trent, he's checked in for Milwaukee. Celtics trail by 4. Outside Holiday. Porzingis with a screen on Trent. They kick it out to Porzingis. And here's Brown for 3. Boston, no good that time either. The Bucks have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Lillard outside. Inside. And stolen by Porzingis. Tatum with it. Guarded by Antetokounmpo. Here's Brown. Oh, Jaylen Brown! A strong finish.
Brown taking on all challengers. This kind of fearless approach is what his teammates and coaches love seeing.
Back to Antetokounmpo. He can't hit that time. Great D that time from Porzingis. Outside Holiday.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
For the lead. Knocks down the long J. Holiday's got 6.
With deep range and a wide arsenal of moves, Holiday keeps defenders off balance.
Pass to Prince for 3. Rebound Boston. Tatum's got his 6th rebound on the night. Pritchard, the pass to Brown. Back to Pritchard. Now Porzingis, who is stolen by Lillard. 3 on 3. Prince finds Lillard. Boston pulls it in. We've got 1:13 left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Well, Clark, Lillard's scoring isn't what it once was, but he's still a major threat from outside.
He sure is. I tell you what, he's got such great range and such command of the ball in his body. He can get the shot he wants more times than not. And he's actually gotten better, I think, when he's working off the ball. You still have to be very much aware of where Damian Lillard is when he's on the court.
Back to Antetokounmpo. Trent outside. Pass to Prince. Lillard against Holiday. Let's watch Dave here. And that one goes. He's shooting 5 of 9 in this one.
Once Lillard takes that first step, he's all in. He won't stop until he finds the shot he wants.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Tatum with a screen. On the wing, Tatum. Rebound, Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo's got 7 rebounds in the game. Prince, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Oh, Giannis, a rim rocker.
Size, explosion. He's a dangerous finisher, and we saw it right there.
Here's Brown. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. 3 quarters of play and a close one here. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the 4th in what is still anybody's ball game. So on the floor for Milwaukee, Giannis plays the 4 with Portis in at center. Kevin Porter is out there with Gary Trent, and it's Green in at the 3. They get it back. And the basket by Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo's got 22.
Excellent activity and timing on the offensive glass. That's how you get extra possessions.
Green against Tatum. Screen by Horford. Oh, getting it done. Horford gets it to go.
Few bigs are better in the 2-man game than Al Horford. He can pop out for the shot, or he can roll to the rim, too, just like you saw there.
Antetokounmpo can't connect. And it's Tatum with the ball for Boston. They trail by 1. Back to Craig. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. The Bucks have gotten just 1 shot to fall out of 3 attempts in the 4th. And the basket by Trent.
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
The Celtics have gone 2 of 3 to open the 4th quarter. Tatum against Trent. Horford, a screen on Trent. Outside Tatum. Back to Pritchard. Outside Craig to tie it up. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Portis has got 4 rebounds now. Trent against Horford. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Green, the pass to Antetokounmpo. And Giannis with the jam.
I love the throwback basketball. Work it down low and set up your teammate.
It's stolen by Trent. In transition, here they come. Giannis soars in for the fast break finish.
It is simply amazing to watch Antetokounmpo sprint the floor, covering up so much ground with those long strides.
Tatum, good.
And Tatum has been in these situations before. He's reliable when it comes to stepping up in big moments.
And Doc Rivers calls timeout. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. So Boston going with almost an entire new group here. Porzingis has checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Hauser. Derek White's checked in for Craig. And Holiday subbed in for Pritchard. So Milwaukee going with almost an entirely new group here. Lopez, he's checked in for Green. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Brent is checked in for Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Porter Jr. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Hey guys, during that last break, I heard Doc Rivers as he talked with the team. He told them, no time to celebrate. The work is not finished. We've got to stick with it and keep growing what we've got here. Words of wisdom for his squad. Back to you.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Kuzma with a screen on Porzingis. Lillard, and he banks in the layup. And the Bucks lead by 4.
You can see the confidence Lillard has by how cool and calm he is when they need a big bucket.
On target from range.
I tell you, boy, he comes up big at the right time. I love his demeanor, though. His disposition says all business, and I'm ready for whatever is needed.
Lillard right side. Tatum pulls it in. Tatum's got his 8th rebound here tonight. And the basket by Holiday. Holiday's got 5 points now this quarter.
Drew is very good in all areas, but he's also got a few tricks up his sleeve. It was a crafty shot by Holiday that time.
And a timeout called here by Doc Rivers. And Coach didn't want to take any chances in this situation, which is why he called the TO. Antetokounmpo's checked in for Milwaukee.
That was Celtics Entertainment.
Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! And with this game coming down to the wire, they're quick to use their coach's challenge. Asking for a review. This could be a big call.
For the Bucks. Giannis Antetokounmpo, shooting 1.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Against Lillard. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
Big Brook Lopez gobbling up space and getting the block on that play.
Here's Brown. Milwaukee in the lead. Kuzma outside. To the middle. Here's Antetokounmpo. The rebound, Celtics. outside Tatum. Porzingis passes to Tatum. Porzingis sets a screen. Shot from 12. Kick out to White. Just 4 to shoot. Takes a 3. Rebounded by Lopez.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Lillard. Oh, Lillard with the dunk.
Boy, just look at what Damian Lillard is doing.
And they've been moving the ball really well tonight.
Good things come to those who take good shots.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Yeah, and that was a smart move. I mean, you have to foul right there. You just don't want them to run out the clock.
Yeah, they have to extend the game. I mean, plain and simple. Use every second you can on the clock here.
And so it's Milwaukee who scraped by with the Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Grant Hill, Allie.
Hyperventilating, hyperbolic chamber, hypothermia. My neck is on
all the money that I get. Yo, wouldn't even touch you, but if I want to, like Reggie, y'all got 'em simple.
And there should be plenty of... Down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Look at the 76ers starting group. Embiid is out there with Oubre. Then it's George. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard. So it's Philadelphia now. OG Anunoby unable to get his last shot to go. Out of bounds, New York takes possession. Here's Brunson. Takes a three. Knocks down the three ball.
Boy, the ability to stop on the dime and rise and fire Jalen Brunson, that is outstanding.
3-2. Outside for George. Embiid with a screen on Anunoby. A nice shot by George.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
And a fun run by the Knicks in the playoffs. But Doris, horrible injury luck ended their season.
Kevin, borderline absurd bad luck for injuries. You think about it, Julius Randle goes down in the regular season. And then in the playoffs alone, Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby, and Bojan Bogdanovic all miss significant time. And who can forget Jalen Brunson getting hurt in that Game 7? Almost unreal bad luck.
Now, here's Hart. Brunson scanning the floor. Rebound by the 76ers. Grimes passes to Oubre. Here's Grimes. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. Here's Embiid. Oubre dishes to George. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Shoots over Anunoby. George with the bucket. George has got his second basket of the night.
What a wonderful shot to have in your arsenal. 3-level scorer, gets to the midi. We see you, PG.
Brunson against Maxey. Brunson, no good.
Boy, if you're going up against this guy in this close a range, you've got to defend with everything you've got. A tremendous job defensively.
Here's Grimes. Pass to Embiid. It's rebounded by Anunoby.
Boy, he'll usually knock it down if he's left that wide open. Just comes up empty.
No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. Knocks it loose. And that's on a bounce. Philadelphia will retain possession. The Knicks making a switch here. Achiuwa is checked in.
Number 5.
And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Here's Towns. We know, Doris, that Towns might already be one of the best shooting bigs ever.
Well, Kevin, he flat stated and called himself the best shooting big of all time. He has an argument because not only has he shot the ball incredibly well from deep, even as his volume has gone up, his efficiency stays the same. This is a gifted offensive post player.
On the wing, George. Pass to Embiid. Just 5 to shoot. Oubre passes to George. The 76ers with another miss.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
2 minutes.
And there's a whistle. It goes on Mikal Bridges. That is his first foul of the game.
Really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
Miles McBride's checked in for Bridges. The 76ers also with a sub. Yabusele, he's checked in for Joel Embiid. Maxey, no good.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Now, here's Achiuwa. This one for three. Here's Towns. Back to Brunson. Pass to McBride. Now Brunson. McBride with the ball. Launches it. Oubre pulls it in.
And that's how you have to defend him out there on the three-point line. Played him perfectly.
Maxey, and he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim.
Doing some damage from the mid-range. Maxey skilled at finding space to let it fly.
Brunson outside. Latray. Achua kicks to Hart. Offensive rebound. Pass to McBride. Back to Achua. New York needs to get off a shot. And again, it's the Knicks missing.
And he has definitely been struggling in this quarter.
And you know what? They keep calling his number, and they're simply trying to get him out of this funk.
George with the bucket.
This guy practically automatic. Paul George in the catch and shoot. Look out.
And here's Brunson outside. Here's Achua. That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
Really nice job to convert the putback opportunity there. I mean, he stayed with that play from start to finish. That's something we say about him a lot.
Plenty of daylight on that George. George has got a couple of threes now in the first with the 76ers. Paul George, he's been the guy making things happen for Philadelphia. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And what stands out to you guys from the 76ers in this one?
They just came into this game with the mindset of sharing the basketball.
When you keep everyone involved at the offensive end, it keeps everyone engaged in other areas as well.
Achua is out there with Robinson. Then there's Cameron Payne. Then it's Bridges. And it's McBride in at the 2. They're the group. New York will start the second.
You know, guys, that's the selfless attitude of Mikal Bridges. So willing to give it up to an open guy.
That's good, and the 76ers lead is cut down to 4 on the bucket from Achua.
And that's how you do it, guys. Ball pressure and then get some run.
Pass to McCain. Embiid the screen. The kick outside to Butler. Shoots the 3. Second shot opportunity. And the layup is good.
You have to appreciate the doggedness and intensity on the glass. Wow.
New York shooting a disastrous 25% from the field so far. And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach and 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking, I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
Bridges misses. The 76ers leading by 6. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Hey, Kevin, even with an MVP and Joel Embiid, the Sixers can't be a one-man show. Embiid says, I watch a lot of games and I see what's working. Good basketball means cutting, moving, guys getting off the ball, and it's moving and not sticking. But you need the right guys to execute that system. And I think we've got the right guys. Kevin?
I know you and I agree they do, David. Thank you very much.
Taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. Here's Robinson. Pass to McBride. Back to Robinson. The second chance effort. In the corner, it's Bridges. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's McCain. Butler from outside. Robinson pulls it in. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
The shot's good from Achua.
It really does make the game easy for your teammates when you can lead them to the rim that well with a pass.
Butler passes to Yabusele. Back to Butler. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. And good that time. Embiid's got 6.
And Embiid being assertive offensively, wasting no time in getting that one.
Here's Robinson. No good. Shot missing. Good D by Embiid. The 76ers leading by 8. The shot by Butler. Nobody around. Sinks the three-pointer. Butler's got 5 points now this quarter. And the league giving a bit more leeway, GA, to defenders. As a hard-nosed defender yourself, I'm sure you like that change.
Oh, I do. I mean, we all love the intensity of playoff basketball. So why not bring a certain level of physicality to the regular season?
Here's McBride. Rebound by the 76ers. 1:16 left now here in the second. And out of bounds as the Knicks gain possession.
Substitution on the court.
Knicks trail by 9. Brunson outside. Down low. Here's Achua. Out to Brunson. Here's Achua. He has 6. Just 4 to shoot. And it's Brunson missing. The 76ers leading by 9. Here's Oubre. And finished off by Oubre.
This guy's a super quick leaper. Oubre doesn't need much time to get off the floor.
New York's gotten into trouble with the 3 ball in the second quarter, only hitting 1 of 5 attempts. Paul George grabs the miss.
Great contest by the defender, but that's a dunk you've got to put down in his face.
Embiid finds Oubre. Back to Embiid. And another turnover here by Philadelphia.
Substitution on the court.
And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for New York. They trail by 11. Oh, Brunson, good from range.
Well, there's an unpredictability to his offensive game. He is always keeping the defense off balance.
Trains the three-pointer.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
George looking around, and so it's the Philadelphia 76ers. Their lead at 11 points to it. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime. And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. You look at Paul George in this game, guys, he's been everywhere.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column? Through 2 quarters, he has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, we've got Joel Embiid, Kelly Oubre out there with Paul George. Then there's Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the shooting guard. And Brunson gets it to go. The 76ers leading by 9. And one thing among many doors that's so impressive about Jalen Brunson, the way he goes to work in the paint. Wow.
Kevin, at his size, you have got to be crafty. You've got to have great footwork and great patience. You've got to be willing to work in a crowd. What he does is really impressive.
And the muscle that Anunoby possesses, fantastic at gutting it out through contact and finishing.
And with each passing season, DB, OG Anunoby seems to keep getting more and more versatile.
You are exactly right, Kevin. What we know unequivocally is this is one of the best cross-positional defenders in the league. One of those guys that's truly capable of guarding 1 to 5. But his willingness to be a three-point threat and offensive rebound and put it on the deck is exactly what you're talking about.
Jason with it. Now defended by Oubre. And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Oubre on the wing. And it's off from three-point range. Knicks trail by 7. 90 seconds now into the second half. Bridges kicks to Hart. Shot clock at 5. Towns. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson.
That to me is about Karl Anthony Towns carving out position on the interior. Such a pretty play.
Pass to Oubre. Lets it go from deep. Drills it from outside. Maxi's got his third basket of the night right there.
You simply must play better defense than that. This guy is too good from distance.
Brunson kicks to Hart. Now here's Towns. Nice pass. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Towns has got 4 points in the quarter.
76ers lead. 33-27.
Just under 2.5 minutes into the third quarter now. George, no good. New York trailing. Brunson outside. No good with the triple. 76ers have gone only 1 of 6 in the field in the third quarter. Not how they pictured the half started.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
This is his first trip to the line tonight. And he knocks down the first one. Achua, he's checked in for Anunoby. And the 76ers also making a change. Yabusele, he's checked in for Paul George. Doris, the way this Knicks roster was put together, they have a great level of physicality.
Kevin, if you think about it, with the way the rules are starting to trend back toward that level of physicality, they've got an opportunity to be successful. They also have a big-time star in Jalen Brunson, so there's a lot to like about the future.
Maxey passes to Embiid. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
Better than most centers from the line. He's exceptional with his hand.
Miles McBride's checked in for the Knicks. And he sinks the second. And Doris, what a breakout for the guard, Jalen Brunson, these last couple seasons.
Kevin, I think what's taken a lot of us by surprise is how capable he is in being the center point of an entire offense. And not only as a scorer for himself, but involving all the guys around him. Truly an incredible transformation. You've got to be aware and stay attached to Mikal Bridges beyond that arc. This guy's dangerous as a shooter.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. Tyrese Maxey has stepped up into a starring role with the 76ers. He says these guys have the ultimate confidence in me, all the way from the organization down to the players. So I can just go out there and be aggressive, play my game, even through mistakes. It's all part of extraordinary growth for the guard. Kevin?
EA thanks. He is rewarding their faith. And I love his statement on growth. He's always looking to expand. Nice shot by Yabusele.
Well, the defense deserves to get burned. Absolutely no excuse for leaving him open.
Hart, no good. The 76ers leading by 9. Here's McCain. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That's on Jalen Brunson. The 76ers have been coming through at the charity stripe. They've made 7 of their 8 attempts.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from the charity stripe. That's a huge factor.
Catching up on the changes for New York. Mitchell Robinson comes in for Towns. And it's Achua in for Hart. The 76ers again can't hit it. Knicks have won 6 of 10 from the field in the third quarter. Brunson, right side. At the elbow, it's Robinson. Shoots from the right block. To the wing right side. McBride with the ball. Still scoreless. Three-pointer. And it's Bona with the rebound. For Philadelphia, they've gone just 25% from the field here in the second half. They're 2 of 8. Pass to Edwards. 76ers moving the ball around. Here's Bona. The three. Not going to go that time. And so it's Philadelphia with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And the winner today, the big fella here with the sweetest of dimes. What a plus it is to have a post player who's got this ability to find.
Well, we have some elite passing big men in the NBA, and you love that skill. Wow.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth and final quarter. Andrew Shamet is out there with Payne. Then it's Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Anunoby in at the three. That's the 5 for New York right now. Embiid with the screen on Towns. Abu Saleh kicks to Butler. Shoots over Payne. Butler, no good. Knicks trail by 7. Shamet finds Robinson. Back to Shamet. All sorts of time. The rebound by Yabusele.
And if that's the best look you can get on a possession, what a waste of a trip down the floor.
Well, missed opportunities, and they can certainly add up. You cannot afford to take that kind of shot.
Here's Anunoby. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. One of the best 3-and-D wings in the league. Let's start with OG Anunoby, who excels from the corner.
And Kevin, about 45% on quarter threes the last couple seasons. So OG can space that floor horizontally. That's in addition to his elite defensive ability.
Catching up on the changes for New York. Achua, he's checked in for Mitchell Robinson. Miles McBride comes in for Landry Shamet. And it's Wright in for Cameron Payne. Embiid the screen. Grimes passes to Embiid. Off target with his 3.
He is too good a shooter, guys, to be left open like that. The defense just dodged a bullet there.
That's good. The Philadelphia lead is cut down now to just 6 in the basket from Achua. Here's Yabusele. 44-38. Over to the wing. Here's Grimes. Hits it from 3-point range.
For the D, giving him a little bit of space beyond the 3-point line, and that's all the room he needs.
Achua in the corner. Back to Anunoby. Knocked away. Pass to Achua. And here is Anunoby. Here's Wright. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
And guys, how about the unselfishness and all about working that ball around, shifting the defense, and just seeking out the best shot.
They've also been scoring on the break. With how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court, anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
Catching up on the changes for New York. Hart, he's checked in for Precious Achua. And Mikal Bridges subbed in for Miles McBride.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
And this is a player who understands when the game is hanging in the balance. He knows it's winning time.
To the inside. Here's Towns. Back to Wright. Bridges outside. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot.
If you want to cut into a lead, you have got to trust your teammates and move the ball.
And stolen by Wright. On a fast break now for the Knicks. Here's Towns. And the layup's good off the glass. Towns has got 4 points this quarter.
Oh, needing a bucket there. Towns doesn't hesitate.
Going inside. Grimes from downtown. Maxey, no good. Knicks trail by 5. On the wing, Bridges. For the 3. Good on the 3-point shot.
Such a clutch shooter. This guy lives for these kinds of moments and delivers.
And we have an intentional foul there, GA. I wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
The Knicks making a switch here. Brunson's checked in, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Anunoby.
Out of bounds. Philadelphia ball.
Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by.
So poised in these situations. Love seeing Maxey rise to the occasion and knock that one down.
Here's Brunson. Count! And he'll have a chance for a three-point play. That one on Maxey.
Jalen Brunson wants the ball in these moments, and there he shows you why. Big-time shot. You must embrace the pressure and knock down critical free throws. Nicely done.
Pass to Embiid. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Now here's Brunson. Hart finds Towns. On the wing, Anunoby.
And he's easily been their best rebounder tonight.
He's competed for every missed shot. Feels like he's quicker to the basketball than anyone else out there.
Outside, George. Towns against Embiid. Embiid sets the pick for George. And it's Paul George with the finish.
And that one sends the bench into a frenzy.
I'll tell you, these guys have worked so hard together. Everyone pulling in the same direction. Beautiful to watch.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game. New York, no good that time either. So it's Philadelphia now. They've led by as many as 11 points.
And you know what? Smart foul. You got to try to extend the game.
So the first one drops, and that gives them a 4-point cushion.
At the line. 2 shots.
Second one is good, and both at the line, and it's a 5-point game.
And that's curtains for him. Some really good work at the charity stripe to close this one out.
From deep, Brunson. That shot missing. Unloads from 13. It falls. So Philadelphia wins it. All right, David, thank you. And that about wraps it up for Greg.
fair share of veterans on their rosters, Brent.
Yeah, a lot of guys coming into this one, BA, just ready for what the game offers up. They have young guys that are watching and getting experience from observation, but the guys on the court tonight, they're going to understand where it is that this game in a 6-minute stretch can be taken advantage of, and that could be the difference in the win.
Well, look at the 76ers starting group. We've got Paul George. Joel Embiid is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then there's Tyrese Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. Now here's Kuzma. Can't cash it in from close range. Here's Embiid. Fires for 3. Rebounded by Kuzma. All right, let's go to Allie LaForce now, who spoke with Doc Rivers.
I talked with him about Joel Embiid and asked him what he wants his team to do against him defensively. And he said, I told our big guys to play with physicality out there, but to also know when to go straight up and not let him bait us into silly fouls. It's not an easy assignment, but coach seemed confident in their chances of containing Joel. Guys?
Appreciate the report, Allie. The 76ers have gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. Grant, Kyle Kuzma is an instinctual scorer who gets it done in a variety of ways.
He's especially skilled inside the painted area, but he's a capable shooter from mid-range and beyond the arc. Plus, he's someone you can rely on in the clutch.
And so it's Milwaukee with it, following the score by Philadelphia. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. And you know, Damian Lillard, a lot of his points come from the line, Brent.
Well, he does a great job of getting himself there. I think defenders are so in tune with Lillard's ability to drill you from the three-point line. He gets around the initial guy and then into the teeth of the defense where he's very strong at attacking the rim.
And it's Maxey missing. Down low. Oubre with a steal. There's the triple. George's shot is off. And so it's Kuzma who brings up the ball for Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo, left side. Back to Lopez. Goes back up. Yep, it finally drops after rolling around the rim.
And one of the quickest triggers. Lillard says, now you see it, now you don't.
Lillard against Maxey. Pass to Grimes. Over Prince. Grimes' shot is off. The Bucks have gone 1 of 5 to start things off. Prince with the bucket.
Ooh, just selling the defense on the pump fake.
And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Now Maxey. Oh, rejected by Lillard. Antetokounmpo looking it over to the inside. And it's Lillard, that time on the assist by Antetokounmpo. Lillard's got 6.
And you see how comfortable Lillard is once he gets inside, very patient.
Here's George. And here's Oubre from the arc. Rebounded by Lopez. Milwaukee leading by 6. Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh, Giannis dunks it home.
This small advantage is starting to snowball.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here. Man, I thought he was making that in so close. That's some aggressive defense.
Despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games, Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, BA, and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also has some good depth, and that really helped.
Bobby Portis has checked in for Antetokounmpo. Kuzma for 3. Here's Lopez, and that one's good with extra effort on the glass.
Good size and the ability to carve out space. Lopez battling on the rebound.
Will it go? Here's George. Oh, a beautiful reverse layup.
Oh, just an easy reverse for him. He has nice feel and touch around the bucket.
Lillard against Maxey. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Lillard just plays with a flat-out edge. Dangerous as a player who knows how to draw contact inside.
Milwaukee making some changes. Sims, he's checked in for Lopez. Trent comes in for Kuzma. And it's Porter Jr. in for Prince.
And you can tell he's feeling confident right now at the line, and when he's on, he can be lights out.
Now here's Embiid. Not a lot of room. And the ball out of play. The Bucks will have it. And the Bucks with some changes. Giannis Antetokounmpo's checked in for Sims. And Green is subbed in for Damian Lillard. And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for Milwaukee. Porter with it. Back to Antetokounmpo. And Giannis with the dunk.
Really taking charge of the game, largely with a detailed interior attack.
Well, how good have they been on the inside tonight, just getting down into the painted area and just dominating, controlling that spot.
Now here's Portis, still without a bucket. Porter from outside gets the three ball to go.
Boy, I like their energy coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Well, if there were 4 or 5 boxes to check in terms of the game plan tonight, they might have checked 6. I mean, they're doing everything out there.
Domination in the first quarter. It's been pretty lopsided. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And for the Bucks here, they've been putting on a show, guys.
Yeah, showing grit on the glass is a good way to gain an advantage. They control the boards in the first.
Well, if you get physical out there, you can control the glass, and that helps you to control the pace of the game.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3, the small forward. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Joel Embiid is setting records with his scoring, but he said, when I get stuck into just being a scorer, that's not the best version of me. I like sharing the ball. As you've seen the last couple of years, the teams that have won, they move the ball. Nothing is static. So that's how we should play. Pretty simple, Brian.
Yeah, great understanding, right? Thanks, Allie. Back to Edwards. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
Knowing his role, setting a good pick, and getting into a good spot for that attempt. Lopez, such a smart player.
Edwards finds Butler. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. And here they come. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Edwards pulls it in. 76ers trail by 17. Butler passes to Embiid. Wide open look. And a great assist by Butler as that one goes.
Yeah, the big man Embiid just capable of sticking it from these in-between spots.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. Releases. Not going to go that time. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. And here's Butler. Here's McCain. Prince grabs the miss.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Out to Lillard. Three-pointer. He drops it from range. Lillard's got 11.
And Lillard can knock these things down in his sleep. He makes it look so easy.
Pass to McCain. Now here's Embiid. He hits that one. 2 for 5 now.
Assist by.
And we're just over 2.5 minutes into the second. Lillard looking around. Takes it inside. And that one's good. Lillard's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Smart and aggressive. Lillard repeatedly dominating the pick and roll set.
Lillard against Butler. Here's the floater. Embiid misses. The Bucks leading by 18.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
Antetokounmpo outside. Lillard up top. 13 points in the game. And here's Lopez from the arc. That shot off. The 76ers have gone 3 for 7 here in the second quarter. Embiid. Good work defensively by Lopez. Milwaukee has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, BS. The Bucks know they are a high-level team. They want to dominate the competition on another level.
I don't know how many defenders are stopping Giannis when he's up like that.
The Bucks have gone 5 of 10 in the second quarter. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Yabusele. Pass to Butler. Embiid inside. Antetokounmpo covering. Edwards can't hit.
Well, I love when guys still use fundamentals to box out and rebound. He cleared his man out effectively on the box and then stepped towards the ball to grab it.
And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. And that one goes. He's shooting 5 of 9 in this one.
Well, Lillard works so hard on the offensive end of the floor. It's really what helps him get going like this.
Woo! BA, that's lit. Ferocious all the way. Man, that was good. To the paint. Here's Antetokounmpo.
On that pick and roll, you have to always play Lillard to shoot, but he's smart enough to see those gaps, dumps it off to the man in the best position to score there.
Here's Yabusele. Outside Edwards. Embiid against Lopez. Outside for Butler. And so the ball out of bounds. Embiid touched it last.
Now, I'm all for the crowd interacting with the players, but not so much the players interacting with the crowd. That one, errant pass.
Lillard outside. 4-3. That shot is off. Just a big-time effort for Damian Lillard, providing a lot of energy for the Milwaukee Bucks. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're thinking about the shot.
Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. What a game we're seeing from Damian Lillard.
He took a head-on approach in the first half, going straight at the D and drawing fouls.
Yeah, almost inviting contact, that attack mentality on full display.
Taking a look at Philadelphia. George out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Joel Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. And as the perimeter game took over, it seemed that the dominant big man went away a bit. Instead, the bigs just got more skilled, Brent.
Well, BA, dominant big men are really hard to come by. So when you do get one, there tends to be a lean. But yes, it's been about the skill of the big over the past few years, along with the game transitioning to the three-point line and picking up the pace. There'll be another big man out there who changes the game back to the low block, BA.
The Bucks shooting a fantastic 57%. The shot by Lillard, no good.
Well, he's a guy that count on to produce from the mid-range. He doesn't miss too many open looks from there.
George with the bucket.
With his feet set, you expect Paul George to knock that down.
Lillard against Maxey. Pass to Lopez. Here's Brent. It's Prince on the wing. Back to Lopez. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Lopez has got 4 points now in the quarter.
And making it look effortless. Great job by Lopez finishing through the contact.
And Grant, the combination of Giannis and Lillard, one of the most fearsome pick-and-roll tandems the league has ever seen.
You're spot on, B.A. You surround them with shooting, and you have the makings of an offensive juggernaut.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Brian, the Sixers' two stars make a great pairing. Maxey, said of Embiid, since I was a rookie, he's had the ultimate faith and believed in me. And Embiid said of Maxey, he's something else. Always smiling with the same energy. Good games, bad games, always the same. People like that set the tone for everybody else. Brian?
That's a good call, Allie. Thank you.
Lopez down on the inside, getting that soft touch to go.
Pass to Grimes. George outside. Down low. Fires, high post. Embiid can't hit. For Milwaukee, they've gone 4 of 6 from the floor in this third quarter. For 3, here's Lillard. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Out to the wing. Rebounded by Lopez. Lopez has got his 6th rebound on the night. Here's Antetokounmpo. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got rebound number 8 now. Oubre can't hit. Milwaukee has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. Here's Prince. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Taurean Prince has such a great motor, and the physical nature of his play, you got to appreciate that aggressiveness.
So Milwaukee going with almost an entirely new group here. Smith, he's checked in for Lopez. Bobby Portis comes in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Trent, he's checked in for Kuzma. And it's Porter Jr. in for Lillard. Here's Embiid. Boy, it's been a while, but he finally gets one to go. Embiid's got 8. And it's Porter with the ball for the Milwaukee Bucks. Since halftime, they've only allowed 5 points. It's Prince on the wing. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. Kelly Oubre picks one up. Milwaukee shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight. And the first one at the line is good. Livingston, he's checked in for Smith.
Taking 2 shots.
That one falls, so he hits both of them. Philadelphia's gone just 1 of 6 from long distance here in the third. The shots just aren't falling. Pass to McCain. Here's Grimes. Tipped. Here we go, 1-on-1. Trent for 3. And McCain pulls it down. Well, the 76ers shooting only 23% so far. Here's Grimes, guarded by Trent. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. The 3 is up. He buries it from 3. Trent's gotten himself going with a triple, his first basket of the game. Back to Maxey from deep. Hits the trifecta.
You kind of saw this coming. Maxey had to at least try to one-up them.
Trent on the wing. And he jams it home with authority.
Powerful. He saw an opening and turned it into a highlight reel.
Man, just sent it down with some force.
And typically, he is not the major force in that regard, but good enough to punish a soft defense on that play.
Back to Prince. Launches it. And again, it's Milwaukee from deep.
Wow, Prince has a little daylight, and that shot looked true.
We've got 22 seconds left in the third. For 3, Maxey. And the 76ers another 3.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
Trent. Deflected. Shoots over Portis. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's Milwaukee with an almost surefire victory here. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
Woo, I'm fired up to see this dish one more time. It's always great to see your 2 guards share the wealth.
Well, sometimes that's what can separate some of the best players, not just creating for yourself, but creating for others as well.
Milwaukee foul.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. They've got Bobby Portis. Kevin Porter is out there with Gary Trent. Then it's Green, and it's Sims in at center, filling out the middle. That's the group from Milwaukee right now.
That's the kind of passing you want there. Work the ball around, keep it moving, try to get an assist on every bucket.
Fires the 3. Lillard can't get it to go.
You know, he's usually very reliable from out there, but tonight it's just not going down.
Butler surveying the floor. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board. And for the Bucks, they're shooting 52% from the floor so far. Lillard, the open look. Boy, clanks that one off the back iron and it falls.
Well, there are scorers and then there are confident scorers. Lillard's so dangerous with the jumper, the floater, getting to the rack, you name it. One of the bright stars in the NBA.
Embiid a screen on Lillard. And here's Butler outside. Butler can't get that one to fall. Here's Milwaukee. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Lillard with the ball. Takes the three. Again, the miss by Lillard.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Here's Council, and he drives in, lays it up, and banks it in.
Well, he's too good a finisher to blow that kind of chance, but that's going to be a wake-up call to the defense.
Here's Prince. Back to Lillard. It's Prince on the wing. Kuzma for three. They grab their own miss. Second chance effort. Count it. Good.
And a soft touch from Kyle.
The 76ers have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now.
He's been tremendous at corralling misses all night long.
Yeah, it's almost like he's got a magnet on that ball here tonight. He's in the right spot all the time.
Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Prince, the pass to Lopez. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Well, Lopez at that size has no trouble throwing it down.
Oh, it's blocked by Lopez. Lillard left side. The quick look, no good that time.
Defense better tighten up on the mid-range. They're much, much tighter. You expect him to make every single one of those.
Here's Council. Drills it from deep.
I think the defense has more concerns out there on the floor, and they give him a good open look from the perimeter.
Lillard right side. Jacks up a three. Rebound by Philadelphia. McCain's got 4 rebounds now. Pulls up on the wing. Count that bucket. That gives him a double-double.
You have to appreciate guys who can work the mid-range area. It's clearly how you keep defenses honest.
Oh, man, that is just easy for him out there at his size with that kind of touch. That is money.
For Philadelphia, they've got 4 of 8 shots to drop here in this final quarter.
And you can see how scary this team can be when everything is clicking for them. Just a terrific performance for the Bucks.
And the disparity in the talent was obvious by the end. Sometimes you just don't have enough ammunition to compete.
Yeah, B.A., just a total beatdown. And the next time these teams meet, I can't imagine it'll be any different.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I liked his aggressiveness here tonight, especially on the glass. He was not messing around.
Embiid passes to Oubre. Back to Embiid. Shot from the low post is good.
Yeah, getting aggressive in the paint. Look at Joel putting his size to work.
Milwaukee shooting right around 40% since the beginning of the fourth quarter. Sims, the pass to Portis. Releases from the wing and drills it.
Showing us that killer instinct right now. No letting the foot off the gas for them.
Yeah, up until that point, a competitive game, but once they broke through that barrier, it was all them. Complete control.
Embiid gets the bucket.
And where was this type of effort earlier in the game? Unfortunately, this run will be all for nothing.
Consistency definitely is a key to some of the playoff performing teams, and tonight they just did not find it in this contest.
And he's doing things on the glass tonight that we don't often see.
Well, this kind of effort will energize the team and get you going, just gobbling up every board.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. And so Porter will bring it up for the Bucks. And there's the foul. It's on Joel Embiid. That's his first foul of the game.
It's just a bad foul. Gotta be smarter than this.
And here's Milwaukee now. Here we go. The Sixers on the break. For 3, George. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Paul George.
And here's Porter. Launches it from deep. It's off. So this one belongs to the Bucks. They didn't have too many problems tonight.
They didn't. Just a tremendous...
All right, Allie, thank you. And that about wraps it up. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and Brent Barry.
Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg with David Aldridge on our sideline. Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position. And for New York, Mikal Bridges out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's Josh Hart. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Towns in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. The three-point shot, so important in today's NBA and a major part of the game plan, Greg, for both of these teams.
And we can expect to see a high volume of shots from beyond the arc in this one. I'm looking for whichever squad is able to create more havoc and throw the opposing shooters off. They're really good. Known for his scoring there, Lillard with a fantastic pass in that screening role.
Towns, the pass to Anunoby, and the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason, I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit. That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Now, here's Bridges. And it's Brunson missing. Deflects the pass, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Brunson. So it's the Bucks now. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Well, Kevin, I did have a chance to catch up with Tom Thibodeau. I asked him what his team needed to do in order to contain Giannis Antetokounmpo. Coach told me we have to make sure to communicate and help out on defense, specifically clogging up and taking away lanes to the rim. That's how he can really hurt you. Of course, it'll be an all-hands-on-deck tonight approach, trying to stop the Greek Freak. Guys?
All right, David, thanks. Here is Lillard after... something to see.
Good. And when the Greek Freak takes flight, I mean, he's looking to tear that rim apart. So ferocious in his throwdowns.
Now, here's Anunoby. Pass to Brunson. Just 5 on the clock. To end the run. Rebounded by the Bucks. GA, as you know, Jalen Brunson is a second-generation NBA player.
Yeah, his dad, Rick Brunson, was an 11-year vet who also played overseas and eventually settled in as a coach in this league. So Jalen grew up in those NBA lockers.
And another turnover here by New York. Searching for their first points of the game. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Lillard against Brunson. Prince kicks to Giannis. Kuzma outside. Kicks it out to Prince. Clock at 4. And Kuzma with the basket on the assist by Prince.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
And you know, it's an all-out effort they've come in with. Very aggressive offense so far.
And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That's his first foul. The Knicks making a switch here. Achua's checked in.
Into the lineup for your
first quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in.
Precious Achua.
Kicks it out to Giannis. Bridges with the steal. Hart the pass to Brunson. Now Achua, guarded by Kuzma. Back to Brunson. They could use a bucket. Nice D from Lillard. Milwaukee leading by 10. Some solid defense from Hart. Towns down low. Lopez covering.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
On deep, Brunson. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Giannis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Kuzma with it. Hart covering. And Antetokounmpo with the jam.
Defensive.
Boy, for such a young player, the razor-sharp focus of Antetokounmpo really impressive. I mean, a muscular guy who still makes baskets despite getting hit in the process. He's not wide, but he is muscular.
The Knicks making a switch here. McBride's checked in, and that one's good. Brunson.
And defensively, if you are not on point, Brunson more than capable of finishing inside.
Lopez finds Lillard. A 3-pointer off the mark.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Well, Greg, the Knicks have certainly brought hope back to the city of New York.
And it's been fun to watch. The fans are rallying behind this team, and it's not just because they're winning, it's the way they're winning. They play with heart and hustle.
Here's Lillard. Jalen Brunson picking up that last basket. And a fast break now for the Knicks. McBride with the ball. Lillard picks him up. Towns kicks to Achua. Lock at 6. Pass to Hart. Here's McBride. New York moving the ball around. Here's Towns. And they turn it over. Did not get off the shot. 24-second violation. A different look for New York. Hart. And it's Payne in for Jalen Brunson. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Sims is checked in. Portis comes in for Antetokounmpo. Trent's checked in for Kyle Kuzma. And Kevin Porter's subbed in for Taurean Prince. Now McBride. After the missed 3 from Bobby Portis. Bridges passes to Achua. Pass to McBride. For 3, Bridges. Sims with the rebound. Now, here's Lillard. Doesn't get the finger roll. He gets it up. He's off on that one. And that concludes the first quarter of play. The Bucks on top, up 9. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Bucks.
How about the ball movement so far? I mean, the unselfishness, everyone here just playing for one another, and that can be infectious.
You know, another point I'd like to add is that they've had tremendous success early on converting turnovers and turning those into points.
And Milwaukee, looking at who they've got, the post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the free slot. And here's Payne after Damian Lillard was able to get the 3 to go. Achua, the pass to McBride. Lopez against Robinson. Over to the left wing. Here's Achua. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Milwaukee leading by 9. Brook Lopez worth every penny as he secured a nice raise last season.
Yeah, you know, he's a combination of a three-point shooting big who's also an elite rim protector. That's a heck of a combination and a valuable one in today's game.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, Brook Lopez started off, of course, as a post scorer. He's completely reshaped his game over time, becoming a three-point threat and a defensive stopper. He said, I tried to focus more on being a pillar at the defensive end, someone my teammates can rely on. I'm always talking in the paint, letting them know I'm there to back them up. Kevin?
He's got great communication skills, David. Thanks for the report. Here's McBride, following the basket by Kyle Kuzma. Outside for Robinson. It's tipped. And now running up the court, Lillard pushing it up. It's hauled in by Achua.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Now here is Robinson, still without a basket. And up the court come the Bucks on the break. Giannis flies the other way.
And Antetokounmpo is really an absolute terror in the open floor. I mean, love seeing a guy his size run the floor the way he does. Wow, impressive.
And McBride gets it to go.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Antetokounmpo kicks to Prince. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. Prince has got the lead up to 13 now for the Bucks. Achua, the pass to Payne. Here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Back to Achua. 6 to shoot. A rebound by the Bucks. Clark, we know the Bucks are a veteran team that has now leveraged their assets to try to win now.
And the question is, Kevin, do they have enough? There's a point at which veterans...
Oh, my!
Wow!
23. Unbelievable. You think of Bridges as understated, not that flashy, and then he does that.
And it's Lillard missing. Knicks trail by 11. Pass to Achua. Back to McBride. And here's Payne. New York moving the ball around. Bridges finds Payne. New York needs to get off a shot. Here's Robinson. Lopez with the block.
Big Brook Lopez gobbling up space and getting the block on that play.
So it's both teams making substitutions here. Bucks leading by 11. Lillard, the pass to Prince. Back to Lillard. There's the triple. And the Bucks miss again.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
To me, it appears he's starting to lose his composure a little bit. We'll see if he can regroup and get back into a better rhythm.
Back to Achua. A dunk by Achua.
You know, Towns is a really solid passer for a big guy. Excellent basketball IQ and sees the floor really well. Nice pass.
Kicks it out to Prince. Milwaukee, no good that time either.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Towns a screen out Lillard to the paint. Lopez with the block. Now Prince. He has 6. Lopez left side. With his first shot at the buzzer beater.
Resourceful move.
All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Wrong. They're thinking about the shot.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You look at Antetokounmpo, and this game has been everywhere.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
They've got OG Anunoby. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Hart. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Bridges in at the 2 spot. So that's who Tom Thibodeau starts the second half with. Three-pointer, Lillard. Rebounded by Hart.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
Look at the big fella working on that possession. He knows how to fend guys off and get those rebounds.
Giannis kicks to Prince. Three-pointer, Lillard. And he's good on the 3-ball. Lillard's got the first field goal of the second half for Milwaukee. Greg, we know about the Euro step, but is the decel the next move that's getting more notice?
I think it is, Kevin, and you can see players have quickly incorporated that into their arsenal. It's been fun to watch, man, and I tell you, it creates some uncomfortable situations.
Bridges with the steal. Towns, the pass to Brunson. And the rejection by Giannis. Milwaukee leading by 14. Lillard, right side. Prince outside. Giannis outside. Looking for Kuzma. He gets it there. Giannis kicks to Prince. 5 on the clock. Puts it up from 17. And another basket for Milwaukee.
Boy, that time the setup was perfect, and Prince had an easy shot from mid-range there.
And talking about the Knicks, GA, do you feel they took a step forward last season?
I do. I mean, losing in 7 in the conference semis with all the injuries they had, that really kind of set them back. They ended that game 7
with the Pacers missing 4 of their starting 5. So, no doubt, expectations will be high.
Here's Bridges. Lays it up and banks it in.
One tough customer. Bridges fighting for the basket and close.
And here's Lillard. He brings it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. Well, we're into the third quarter. Just over 2.5 minutes played. Out to Kuzma. Pass to Lillard. Good on the triple. Lillard's got 2 now from beyond the arc in the third for the Bucks.
You just cannot permit Lillard to get into a zone from deep. I mean, once that happens, you can't turn the valve off.
Here's Towns. Offensive rebound on Anunoby. Back to Brunson.
In the third. 2 minutes.
Bridges up top. Defended by Prince. Here's Anunoby. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lopez has got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Prince can't hit. Knicks trail by 19. Brunson with a clean look. The three-pointer no good.
Not a bad look for him on that shot, but it just doesn't seem to be his night tonight.
Inside. And there's Lopez. That's good on the assist by Lillard. Lopez has got his 2nd basket.
And amidst the tall timber, he's right at home, extremely comfortable. Lopez getting it done.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. The Bucks use their size defensively to great impact. Coach Doc Rivers said, we're not fast, we're long. So we get our fingertips on a lot of balls, and that slows fast teams down. Switching keeps guys in front of you, and the more size we can put in front of people, the better we can be. Kevin?
Yeah, you followed this league for a long time. That sounds like a pretty good game plan. Here's Milwaukee now. It's a 12-2 run here. Good pace. Lillard, the pass to Giannis. And the 3 off target. A difficult situation for New York. They've been looking out of sync offensively.
Yeah, their offense has ground to a standstill.
And here is Bridges. Puts up a deep 3. Second chance shot. And Towns finishes inside.
Exactly what they needed from Towns. Using his size and strength to box out and keep that play alive.
Knocked loose. Bridges with the steal. Here's Brunson. Whistle blows. Basket is good. So a chance here for a 3-point play.
Now that's where you like your shots to come from.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here. That one falls for Brunson. And a wide open look for Portis. Here's Lillard. No good on the last second attempt there. And so it's Milwaukee in command with the 16th. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
It's just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball and how about the perfect delivery.
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post position. Kevin Porter is out there with Gary Trent. And it's Green in at the small forward. Green, no luck. Knicks trail by 14. To the middle. Here's Towns. And the dunk by Towns.
Boy, look at the big fella elevating when Towns goes to the rim. He's doing it on and with purpose.
On the wing, Green. Portis finds Green. His 3-pointers off the mark.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
Outside, Towns. Towns sets the pick for Anunoby. Pass to Towns. Shot clock at 6. Back to Anunoby. New York moving the ball around. And they force the shot clock violation. Great team. A different look for New York. Josh Hart, he's checked in for Robinson. Bridges comes in for Miles McBride. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Wright. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Brook Lopez is checked in for Bobby Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Green. Prince is checked in for Gary Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Porter. Milwaukee, no good that time either.
You know, when he has the ball outside like that, that's exactly the kind of D they need to play on.
And every miss finds its way to his hands. Well, what an impressive performance.
Tell you what, those are crazy numbers, guys. I mean, believe me, I was a good rebounder in my day. It is not easy to corral that many boards in one night.
Brunson against Lillard. Down low. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. And Clark, the debate around Karl Anthony Towns. Is he the greatest shooting big of all time?
Well, look, if you just want to go numbers, it's an emphatic yes. No 7-footer has ever shot it like Cat. Around 40% from three over his career. It's not just a 1 or 2 season deal. That's a multi-year career. So I say yes.
Knicks trail by 10. To the inside. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. And so Lillard will bring it up for the Bucks. Looking to get on the board here in the fourth still. Kuzma passes to Giannis. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Prince kicks to Lillard. To stop the drought. Kuzma can't get it to go. New York, they're working against the clock now. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets. Anunoby outside. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for Milwaukee.
Well, you know, for me, the passing has been fantastic all night. Everybody loves watching this style of basketball where the ball moves and players move. Coaches, fans, and even us broadcasters can appreciate that kind of action.
And another area they've separated themselves has been their three-point shooting, making the defense pay for any airspace.
And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul.
Next foul, OG Anunoby. First personal foul.
So it's the Bucks now. Their biggest lead of the game was 21. Milwaukee, no good that time either. New York with the ball. It's been 10 unanswered points. Inside. A kick out to Town. In the corner, it's Bridges. Hart, wide open. He fires. And a miss there on the triple. Bucks leading by 6. Prince looking around. It's up a 3. The Knicks pull it in. Hart's got 6 rebounds here tonight.
This is a do-or-die possession. They have got to get points.
It really does come down to this. I mean, come up empty, and it's over.
Towns, the pass to Hart. And the rejection by Giannis. That's going to be out of bounds. The Knicks will retain possession. 55 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. 5 to shoot. On deep, Brunson. It's hauled in by Giannis.
And that shot isn't the one they should be taking if they want to make this comeback happen.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lay.
Here's Towns. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
First personal foul.
That's on Brook Lopez.
Second team.
Showing determination inside. Towns absorbs the contact and gets the whistle.
2 shots.
Second free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one.
A disappointing trip to the line there. Even though it was just one miss, now is not the time to be missing up.
Out to Kuzma. Here's Lillard. Here's Lopez. Can they get it? The third shot of the possession finally falls for him. And the Bucks lead by 7.
Because of that big body and 7-foot frame, Lopez a handful to keep off the glass.
Bucks lead, 39-35.
It's Prince on the wing. From past the arc, offline. So a close game sees Milwaukee taking this one. All right, David, thanks so much. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg.
believe them. Easy come, easy go. So they say, it's all we know. And when we fall, then we roll. Puppet strings. Back on television telling lies to me. If a penny for your thoughts, then it's costing me.
Let's meet the starting lineup for the visiting New York Knicks. At power forward.
Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
And to look at the starters for the Knicks. Josh Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges. Then there's Jalen Brunson. And it's Towns in at center. Philadelphia shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. We know how great Joel Embiid is, but he simply hasn't been as effective in the postseason.
Part of that is because of all the defensive attention he gets. We know things tighten up in the postseason and things become much more challenging. That's why he needs a better supporting cast.
Now here's Anunoby. Here's Brunson.
Love to see Embiid sliding down shots, taking advantage of his size and frame.
George, good.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring, able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Anunoby can't get it to go. Grimes, the pass to Oubre. Philadelphia, the rebound. From downtown. No good there.
That was a good possession. They got a clean look. The shot just didn't fall.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Earlier, I spoke with Nick Nurse, and we discussed Mikal Bridges. Coach said Mikal creates a lot of problems with his movement off the ball. He keeps the defense on its toes. We can't allow him to get into a rhythm. And he also praised Bridges' on-ball defense. He'll be the focus of their game plan tonight. Brian?
Allie, thank you. Here's Brunson outside. The rebound by Maxey. For Philadelphia, they've called 1 of 4 to begin this one. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
That is fierce. You want to see a player with no fear? That is Tyrese Maxey.
Brunson taking his time here. Outside Anunoby. The kick out to Brunson for 3. And it's good. First made shot in 4 attempts.
Pretty much the second Brunson gets the ball, he's into motion, and that's how it's done.
The kick out to Maxey. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. New York has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. And a two-handed jam!
He's just an aggressive finisher there inside.
Hey, when you got bounce like that, you feel like you can take on anybody.
The pure shooting stroke of Maxey, gifted at draining it from outside the arc.
Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous.
The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
And I like it. I mean, using the strong frame, Brunson pushes through the foul and sinks the shot.
Achua's checked in for New York. The Sixers leading. Left side Maxey. There's the triple. And the 76ers another 3.
Smart pass from the quick-thinking Maxey. Outstanding at finding uncovered teammates.
Brunson. It's deflected. About 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. Knicks trail by 4. Here's Towns. The kick out to Brunson. Shot clock at 3. Here's Hart. Misses off the right iron.
Really thought he had this one, and the defense, they were giving it to him.
Here's Oubre. Kicks it to George. Fires for 3. Drains the triple. George has got 5 points.
It's just a drop in the bucket for PG-13. He will roast you from the corners if you let him.
Hart can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 7. And here's Oubre from the arc. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Boy, I like their energy coming in. Terrific terrific execution so far.
Couldn't come up with a much better start than this. They just have to keep it going.
Here's Maxey. Banked it in off the glass. 7 points in the game. And an important part of every team's game. A look at the hustle stats for Philadelphia.
When you pile up the blocks earlier in games, it really can affect the other team. They lose confidence offensively.
I also like how they've immediately gotten out in transition. They came to run, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
They get the rebound. Offensive struggles continue. Missing again. George with it. Hard covering. Second shot opportunity. And that's 2 points on the layup. Grimes has got his second basket of the game.
Building a big advantage early with a terrific all-around performance.
They got off to such a hot start, and that can keep you energized throughout the whole game.
The kick out to Maxey. It's good. Set up beautifully by George.
That's on the D there. You've got to chase Maxey off the three-point line.
Achua drops in the layup for 2.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Three-pointer Embiid. The first quarter concludes, and a double-digit lead on the scoreboard. Philadelphia. Great to have you with us. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. A comfortable margin for the 76ers here, guys.
It's simple. The main takeaway from the
making it as difficult as possible for the offense to find clean looks. Great stuff.
They've got Joel Embiid. Butler out there with Edwards. And it's McCain in at the 2. That's the group in the game for the 76ers.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
And here's McBride. Puts up a deep 3. Here's Robinson. And terrific work on the offensive glass as he picks up the deuce.
Hard work pays off with a rebound and a bucket. That's just great fundamentals.
Edwards gets the bucket.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Here's Robinson. Another shot. And Embiid with the block. Fast break, Philadelphia. And here's Butler outside. And the bucket counts. And he is on his way to the line to try to make it a three-point play. The Knicks making a switch here. And Anunoby's checked in. Philadelphia shooting their third free throw attempt of the game. RJ displaying at a faster pace, work the same in the regular season as it does in the playoffs?
Depends on the opponent. Teams that like to slow it down and can be methodical in the half court can make it a slugfest. You have to be ready for that.
McBride can't get it to go.
And he's usually able to score on that type of defense rather easily. Surprising to see him come away empty.
Knicks trail by 21. Second quarter here, just over a minute and a half play. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul. Oubre, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Grimes comes in for Butler. Towns, he's checked in for New York. Philadelphia's got 6 out of 15 threes so far in this game. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
When you have an MVP talent in his prime, the focus has to be on winning the title. The Sixers' Joel Embiid said, quote, "The only thing I care about is winning." That takes a lot, and everybody has to contribute. I'm always going to believe in myself. I love the guys that we have. We are going to go and fight every single night.
Great perspective there. Thanks, Allie.
Big time two-hand slam.
And right on top of the defender, too. That's got to feel good.
Still Sixers ball.
Here's McCain. No points so far. Ooh, took him no time at all to get that one.
Such an effective shooter. If you lose track of him defensively, he's going to make you pay.
Nice finish.
Man, big time right there.
And that's a powerful man right there. Towns is never going to pass up a chance to finish with authority.
Here's Here's Grimes. He's guarded by Bridges. Oh, they get a hand on it. Shot clock at 6. And here's Oubre from the arc. Got it. 2 for 5 now.
Hey, you leave him open, he's going to make the defense pay for that level of disrespect.
And Oubre comes to help. It's Robinson, high post. Here's McBride. Nails it from 3. McBride's gotten himself on the board with a 3 there.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
And they get it back. Pass to McCain. Here's Grimes. Out of bounds. It'll be New York's ball.
Part of passing the rock, it's calculating risk and reward. I don't think that was a great decision.
So it's both teams making substitutions here. Here's Towns. Here's McBride. Second chance shot. Rebound by the 76ers. Here's Grimes. Here's Embiid. Achua with the rebound. Knicks trail by 20. Towns down low. George defending. Here we go. The Sixers on the break. Ripped down the breakaway slam.
And I think that play tells you everything you need to know. They're simply playing at a higher level, getting a steal and turning it into quick points.
And some changes here for New York. Hart's checked in for Achua, and Mikal Bridges subbed in for McBride. It's stolen by Oubre. George with it, and Bridges picks him up defensively. Knocked loose. George with a steal. Lets it go from deep. Unable to get that one. New York has gone 1 of 4 from three-point land here in the second. Anunoby passes to Brunson. They get it back. Back to Anunoby. Pass to Hart. Bridges with it. 5 on the clock. Nails the baby hook. Bridges has got his first bucket in this one. The Sixers lead by 20. For 3, Maxey. And here's Oubre from the arc. Hart pulls it in. Bridges against Maxey. Brunson with it. Three-pointer. Gets the 3 to fall. Brunson's got 9. Stolen by Anunoby. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers leading by 17 at the end. Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports. And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. Without question, Tyrese Maxey displaying all his skills today.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him. And then, of course, executing.
I like how they came into this one with a game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
And on the floor for Tom Thibodeau as we get into the second half. They've got Jalen Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Josh Hart. Then it's OG Anunoby, and it's Bridges in at the 2. And the call will be against Kelly Oubre. That'll be a second foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Bridges, outside Anunoby. The 3 is up.
Yeah, just an outstanding defender. George's timing and feel for how to guard guys is a valuable commodity.
An MVP in this league, Richard, Joel Embiid. Is there any way to slow this guy down?
The answer, no, B.A. There is no way to slow him down. He's got the unique ability of size, skill, athleticism. You name it, he's got it.
Sixers ball.
The Sixers lead by 19. Pass to Grimes. Now George. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by Bridges. Embiid passes to George. Embiid, a screen on Anunoby. Here's George. And it's New York with a rebound. Towns has got 6 rebounds here tonight. It's Bridges on the wing to the middle. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Yeah, strong flush from Towns. I like whenever he plays with an edge inside.
Embiid misses. Knicks trail by 17. Anunoby finds Hart. Pass to Brunson. Back to Hart. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Launches it from deep. The rebound by Maxey. Maxey's got 4 rebounds in the game. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, I really have a simple life. I have this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing, unquote. Brian, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie. George against Anunoby. Embiid from outside. And Anunoby pulls it down. Anunoby's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Hart passes to Towns. And the three-pointer goes. Towns has got 5 points now this quarter.
Oh, the big man is smooth from range. Have to put a man on Towns, that's for sure.
To the wing, right side. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by Bridges. Grimes' shot is off. Knicks trail by 14. Inside. Here's Hart. Out to Bridges. The 3-ball. It's hauled in by the Sixers. Earlier they held a 23-point lead. Here's Grimes. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by George.
And it's really tough to catch a pass from that distance. He's asking a lot of his teammates to reel that one in.
New York making a switch here. Jewish checked in, and Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Outside Brunson. Back to Bridges. Pass to Towns. Now here's Bridges. Takes a 3. Joel Embiid with the board. Philadelphia leading by 14. Here's Grimes. Misses, and the dry spell continues. Bridges passes to Brunson. Tries again. And the basket by Bridges. Bridges has gotten his second bucket of the game.
Great effort by Bridges. Keeps the play alive and cashes in.
Pass to Embiid. 1:07 left to play in the third quarter. Back to Maxey. To the inside. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. With an MVP trophy under his belt, Joel Embiid has only become more dominant, RJ.
I think that 2023 MVP increased his confidence. It allowed him to feel like he really was the best player in the world. And I think it motivated him to keep pushing himself. And the results speak for themselves because the stats, they back that up.
Mitchell Robinson, he's checked in for New York. McBride comes in for Hart. Here's McCain. Embiid inside. McBride covers. 2 points. That one goes. Embiid's got 7 points in the game.
The reach of Embiid with his size and wingspan, he's a real threat on the offensive glass.
Here's Robinson. Outside McBride. Pass to Brunson. Out to Bridges. All sorts of time. Again, the Knicks. Good for 2 more.
The top 2 things Bridges does well, defend and hit jumpers off the catch.
Maxey. And he slams it in one-handed.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. Here's Yabusele. Inside, here's Maxey. Count the bucket, coming off a perfectly placed pass. Maxey's got 4 points now in the quarter. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. Sixers ahead. And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. The Sixers lead by 18. We've got Edwards. Joel Embiid is out there with Butler, and a Giabaselli in at the power forward position. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia.
Now, I understand he's a large human, but the defense has to be better. You can't let Embiid get whatever he wants inside.
The shot by Towns, no good. The 76ers shooting the ball at 48% so far. To the middle. Here's Embiid. Marked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call.
New York ball.
Knicks trail by 20. Now Payne. Outside McBride. Anunoby with it. There's the drive. Achua with the dunk. Hanging on the rim, just showing off. That's how you extend the glory right there. Here's Edwards. Oh, and makes it with a kiss. And the 76ers lead by 20.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
And Philadelphia making a change here. Grimes is checked in. Just over a minute played here in the fourth. Brunson finds Anunoby. It's Bridges on the wing. Embiid with a steal. And then Embiid with the dunk. And that's a double-double for him now.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Here's Grimes. And it's New York with a rebound. Anunoby's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Towns outside. Out to Bridges. Pass to Brunson. From the arc. That one doesn't drop.
You kind of wonder where his head's at. The shot selection hasn't been there. And, of course, that one was just crazy. Now, you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to him at all times.
And the lack of defensive pressure on shots like that is a big reason they're down by double digits.
And here's Brunson to halt the run. And it's Brunson again missing.
And as long as he keeps missing from deep, the D will keep letting him fire away. He's just off from range right now.
Knocks down the triple.
A quality pass, setting up a quality shot. It's just textbook basketball.
Here's Anunoby. And it's in there.
OG Anunoby.
Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Giabaselli. Here's Butler. He hits the back iron and sinks it. Butler's got his first basket.
Not the shot I expected him to take or make, but hey, look, joke's on me. He hit it.
Hart from long range. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got rebound number 13 for him here tonight. Lets the three fly. Oh, and Towns with the block.
And look at that reach. I mean, Towns just saying no.
Oh, got that bucket in no time at all.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
That's good from Embiid on the assist from Butler.
Yeah, to keep it simple, Matt. Good decision to use the bounce pass just to get it there.
Paul George, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Tyrese Maxey comes in for Butler.
Second team foul.
Here in the fourth quarter, just under 2.5 gone by. And here's Brunson from the arc. Rebound by the 76ers. Now the 76ers with it. They're on a 16-6 run. For 3, George. The Knicks pull it in. Hart's got 4 rebounds now.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the 76ers.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Joel Embiid.
And I love how active he was on the glass. Not afraid to get physical and do whatever he could do to grab boards.
Outside for Butler. 6 to shoot. To the paint. Nice pass, nice catch, and a resounding dunk.
A bit undersized, his hops make him a legit small ball 4.
Down low. Here's Towns, and it's powered home by Towns.
Assisted.
Look at Towns asserting himself inside. He knows he can muscle his way to a shot anytime.
Pass to Bona. Butler up top. Here's Yabusele. Outside Butler to the right side. Here's Bona, covered by Towns. They get the rebound. Yabusele. They shoot again. Outside for Butler. About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. From deep three-point land. A nice shot by McCain.
They got a big lift from their crowd tonight, giving them the energy they needed.
You have to love their effort. This game wasn't handed to them. They took it.
And here's Brunson from the arc. On target from range. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. Boy, they were something special to watch tonight, and the crowd loving every second of it.
It's always a great...
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that'll do it, folks. For Richard Jefferson.